Hola Tankers, I'm Commander AF and welcome to WOT Monthly. In this episode, I'll cover Update 1.28.1, the latest arcade cabinet mode, World of Tanks' 14th birthday celebration, and more. Here's our World of Tanks PC rundown for April. This is not a prank. You are cordially invited to join World of Tanks' April Fool's Day tournament series. These one-day tournaments are chock full of quirky challenges, wacky lineups, and lots of fun. On April 1st, each server will have their own start times, prizes, and champions. No fooling. Check out the portal for the schedule, registration, and tournament rules. You'd be a fool to miss this event. No, really, I'm not kidding. Let's keep the party going, Tankers! This April, World of Tanks celebrates 14 years in EU and NA and 13 years in APAC. Starting on April 11th, join in on 12 days of birthday fun by claiming festive drops and cupcake tokens on World of Tanks Twitch streams and complete special missions to score in-game goodies, including the brand new Forged in Fire 2D style, specially commissioned for the occasion. Happy birthday, World of Tanks! Another update drops later this month. Here's what to expect in Update 1.28.1. Map and vehicle rebalancing is on the way. 4 well-known maps have been reworked. Expect to see some major changes to Ensk, Airfield, and Paris, and some minor changes to mines. Check out the portal for details. 4 tank destroyer branches have been rebalanced. The Object 268 will be buffed to improve maneuverability, mobility, aim time, stabilization, and gun depression, with a branch rebalance starting at Tier 2. Also on schedule to be buffed is the T110E4 with some maneuverability improvements, increased reverse speed, and better aiming parameters. The overall branch will be rebalanced starting at Tier 6. While the Panzer E100 itself will remain unchanged, the line will be rebalanced starting at Tier 4. And then there's the Ho-Ri line, which will be rebalanced starting at Tier 5. Though the Ho-Ri will be slightly nerfed to reduce the reverse speed, view range, and accuracy, the experts say these changes shouldn't significantly alter the vehicle's playstyle or core gaming principles. Let me know in the comments what you think. Have you ever played the best game of your life and much of it was thanks to the cooperation and support of a random teammate? Well, I know you have, and Tanks does too. That's why in Update 1.28.1, a new feature is being introduced designed to help bring goodwill and good vibes to the battlefield. Introducing the Commendation System, which allows you to show your appreciation for those teammates that made victory possible. Whether they backed you up as you pushed forward, marched to the beat of their own drum to carry the team to victory, or played their role as expected, now you can thank those players that exemplified A-class teamwork. Also returning with the release of Update 1.28.1 is Arcade Cabinet, this time with a brand new experimental mode called Neon Dash. In Neon Dash, you'll have 2 fun-filled weekends to compete against 29 other tankers in a one-versus-all race to the finish line. But this race course is like no other, filled with never-seen-before obstacles, respawning, and checkpoints. Choose any vehicle Tier 1 to Tier 10 and race to be the first tank to cross the finish line. So get ready to ram, block, and do whatever it takes to win. Weekend number 1 starts on April 18th and weekend number 2 on April 25th. Follow us on TikTok to catch our live streams too. Last episode, I merely hinted at it. This episode, I can confirm it. The students from Girls in Panzer have made their triumphant return to World of Tanks. Inspired by the St. Gloriana Girls' College, now's your chance to dominate the battlefield with elegance and guile in 2 brand new British vehicles, the Churchill St. Gloriana and the Centurion St. Gloriana, along with new crew members voiced by the original Japanese cast. The official subtitles mode has been updated too, so you won't miss a single command. You have until April 3rd to pick up your favorite tanks and crews from new and returning classes, complete exclusive missions for GUP-inspired rewards, and unlock fan-favorite customizations in the dedicated token store. Panzer IV! Good news, Tankers! The massive maps and 30 vs 30 battles that you know and love will be returning later this month. Get ready for another episode of Frontline. After the action-packed qualifiers, it's now time to crown a winner. Watch as the top teams from the EU and NA servers compete in the Clan Showdown finals live on Twitch this April 5th and 6th. Live streams will be available in multiple languages, and Twitch drops will be enabled. Best of luck to everyone competing. Maybe it will be you next time. Season 3 of the Onslaught Legends series begins on April 20th. As the teams prepare to compete against World of Tanks' most skilled players, you can show your support by picking up exclusive OLS bundles to help boost the prize pool. Don't forget, 100% of the proceeds goes towards it. With your help last season, over 100K in cash and other prizes were awarded to the European and North American champions. Big shout out to Dabblewoo and Stack. Congrats. And as an extra bonus, if the team you are rooting for wins, you'll be handsomely rewarded with a gold badge and an OLS style upgrade. So, mark your calendars and stay tuned to the portal for more information about the OLS token store restock and when the Onslaught Legends Finals North America will return. Abracadabra! Boosteroid is back this April with a spellbinding new monthly boost bundle at a discounted rate. This time, they are literally pulling a rabbit out of a hat. As a subscriber, you'll receive the rabbit and hat decal and a brand new commander, plus the usual subscription goodies including gold, experimental equipment, and the Astron Rex subscription vehicle. Grab yours starting April 1st and check out the portal to learn more. Recently, the WOT Salute program received a little refresher, introducing WOT Salute Reinforcements, a new benefit for WOT Salute members that gives access to an exclusive mission, which once completed awards a token that can be exchanged in the in-game store for a 10 battle premium vehicle rental that converts into a 15% off coupon and other in-game goodies. The featured rewards include the Rat Rod 2D style and a choice between two rental vehicles, the M54 Renegade and a Samua SM. The offer ends on April 17th, so use it or lose it. If you or anyone you know plays tanks and is an active duty or veteran of the US or Canadian military, encourage them to sign up today. Alright tankers, as you can see, there is a lot of fun to be had in World of Tanks PC this April. Feel free to drop your birthday wishes or simply say hello in the comments below. And of course, as always, thank you for watching.
Greetings, tankers. I'm your instructor, and this is Season 2 of Tank Coach. Here, you will learn all about vehicle types and their roles. Today, we'll talk about the most versatile warriors in the game. This episode is about medium tanks. They are typically vehicles with a reasonable balance of maneuverability, firepower, and protection. They're a good choice for a player who has already learned the heavy tank gameplay and now wants something more dynamic. All tanks are different, and all of them starting from Tier 6 have roles. Medium tanks are no exception. The versatile medium tank is the most common role. These can do a bit of everything, but it doesn't mean they're mediocre. They can snipe and go on assault when required, so they act according to the situation. Assault medium tanks share some traits with heavy tanks. They excel at close range, while their armor gives some room for error and allows for more aggressive play. This is the best choice for new players and fans of using armor at the front line. Sniper medium tanks have higher firepower and often good maneuverability, but they pay for it with lower survivability. They're usually played at mid and long range. In the hands of a skilled player, they can be successful at close range. Support medium tanks are often equipped with an auto-loader or auto-reloader. This kind of vehicle dishes out a lot of damage in a short time. At the start of battle, a support tank is best to stay behind sturdier allies and then look for opportunities to strike when there is more space to maneuver on the map. Let's say you've chosen the vehicle role. It's time to equip your tank for battle. Besides the classic Brothers in Arms and repair perks, take a look at Smooth Ride and Snapshot for more accurate fire. Concealment and Firefighting for increased survivability. Recon and Situational Awareness for better view range. There are many other useful perks that will help you become more effective. Train them and experiment. A turbocharger will make you faster. Put it into a special mobility slot. If you can use a gun rammer, just do it. A vertical stabilizer is desirable for most medium tanks. It's not fitted for low-tier machines, but the following two pieces of equipment can be used. Coated optics will boost your view range. They're useful to have in the second set of equipment that you can unlock with field modification. Improved ventilation is a timeless classic. It improves a bit of everything. It's preferable to use its bounty or improved version. Improved hardening will suit many assault medium tanks. So, you've equipped your tank and entered a battle. In a sniper medium tank, look for a position with bushes and lines of fire to the enemy. In a versatile medium, find suitable terrain for a hull-down position. In an assault medium tank, use a position for damage blocking on the front line. In a support medium, keep behind your allies and act according to the situation. But this applies to any role. If your team is left without light tanks, a medium tank can sometimes also play the role of a scout. But be careful. Tank safe positions, although not far from the front line. Use bushes, fell trees, and hide your hull using terrain and cover. Survive at the start of the battle to have space for maneuver close to the end. Try to attack reloading enemies and break their tracks by shooting their wheels. Remember that medium tanks often have a better rate of fire than heavy tanks and tank destroyers, so you can trade one enemy shot for two of your own. Be nimble and flexible. Be aware of your surroundings and the mini-map to keep control of the situation. Keep close to your allies and see you on the battlefield.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Clan Showdown. Today we're going to be getting a champion to come out, and Moff, I'm pretty excited. What about you?
Oh, I'm hoping for cinematic masterpieces the whole way through here. I think we got rid of the two weakest teams. Sorry to say it, but has to be said. I think we've got the 4 current best teams in the 15v15 format, both in the upper and lower brackets. So pretty much every match from here on out, I'm hoping will be a banger.
Yeah, we're going to kick it off today with Rix versus Invil, the upper bracket finals. The loser of that will move into match 7, of course, and they'll be waiting to see who comes at them after the match between Motivacja and W. Motivacja is still the reigning champion, having a rough group stage, but do happen to clean up Aurora in this tournament relatively easily, 3-1. W is a different kind of ballgame, though. They were able to come back yesterday against Invil from a 3-0 to a tiebreaker, which they then lost. So there is a lot of things to watch out for, and there's a lot of things to watch for as well for you. The Twitch drops today. You can get one of those mysteries, and I forgot Strength of Unity, I think it's called, the new one that is only for the first time ever available that you could get, or of course one of those juicy premium tanks if you happen to get lucky. Like Moff is always lucky.
I'm always lucky? When did that reputation come around? But I agree, the camo does looks very nice, and I really am an enjoyer of camos.
You're a
so
cosmetics enjoyer?
Yes, I'll be hoping to collect that one.
Do you like the pink camo?
The pink camo? Yeah, I put it on my Hori. It looks really nice.
How many did you get?
I think 1 or 2.
Huh. Got a few as well. Quite a fan of that. But yeah, Rix, playoff appearances 1, group stages 1. We are going to be making that 2 after this tournament. So 2 playoff appearances, 2 group stages, and 2 bronze fists so far. Winning their respective match yesterday does mean in turn that today they have already secured at least a shared third place, and bronze fists are in the bag. But of course, they would like to get a little bit more than that. Winning this is a very important match, locks in to the better prizes, locks in at least the silver fist as well.
Certainly, and you could say, oh look, we've got bronze fist secured, but that's a pretty negative mentality to go into the start of the day with. You really want to focus on just winning that grand prize at the end of the day, and up against them, the challenge, the force standing in their way is going to be Invil. The Polish juggernauts, the Polish powerhouse, the Polish superstars, whatever kind of adjectives you want to use to describe them, this team is absolutely stacked with experience and skill level. Of course, a lot of you will be familiar with these names from the OLS. It's a merged team of Mafia, a merged team from Hit and Run, and then a couple other players sprinkled in there as well. They have 9 tournament wins. They're going to be going for their 10th. They did not manage to make it happen the last 2 times, I believe, but hopefully for them, it's going to be this time.
Yeah, well, the victory here would mean that the first triple diamonds for Monster and for Call Me Piotr, they would be rocking that. Another achievement on their long career. Community prediction, heavily favored towards Invil. I think that is completely fair.
Completely fair, for sure. The name value once again, but we saw that yesterday with Aurora having the name value, although I think Invil is a bit of a different prospect in this one, so Rick's always going to be the underdogs, but we know what they're capable of. They absolutely wiped the floor with Aurora yesterday, and they're very strong showing in the group stage, so I'm excited to see how this team is going to stack up against Invil.
I am pretty much on the same page as you, Moff, in this regard. I am waiting to see what we will get, but to have a more accurate prediction, the maps are very important as well, Moff. But yeah, yesterday, neither of the 2 teams was able to convince 100% because Rix had Aurora, which didn't really show up. And Invil managed to give away a 3-0 deficit, 3-0 lead. Map pick and ban them off, an interesting one. Prokhorovka banned by Rix, Fisherman's Bay banned by Invil. Gives us Karelia to start off with.
It's definitely an interesting pick. First time we're going to see Karelia in the playoffs. Corellia has a bit of a bad rep though in this format. We've seen quite a bit of camping. I don't think it's the most insurmountable camp that we've seen, and Miravanko actually is probably the worst map for camping in this day and age. But Rick's definitely throwing a curveball in there, or maybe being forced to pick a curveball, because Invil banned out Fisherman's Bay, which was actually the most played map yesterday.
Yeah. But Ricks have proven to be a pretty good Fisherman's Bay team, not only in this tournament, but in the previous ones as well, Moff. So, makes sense there. And not a surprise that Invil would pick Cliff, right?
No, not at all. That is definitely some home turf for them. Going to be one of their stomping grounds, and they'll look to secure a 2-0 there if they can. Then we're going to have Sand River also picked by Invil. Of course, we think of that map as a sort of 1-1 kind of map. It's very difficult to win your defensive round from the western spawn there, and if we get to it, we're going to have a tiebreaker on Highway.
Highway tiebreaker if we do happen to go all the way. But I'm mainly interested to see Corellia. Yeah, personally, I'm still a fan of. I understand teams like to camp it, but I think it was even W that has shown that camps can be broken on this map.
Yeah, I think of course, people won't be familiar because it wasn't on the official stream, but there was some interesting camps going on during the qualifying stages. All three of us going with Invil, which is pretty much in line with the community's predictions. I think I went 4-3 because I think that the map pool with Corellia and Sand River in particular, I think that Rex are going to do some pretty solid work there.
I hope so. I hope Rix shows up to play, but you know, it's the upper bracket finals here. This is pretty important. The nerves might be up there. Can they take down Invil? Would give us an incredible lower bracket though, if they could, with Motivatia W and Invil in the lower bracket. Now that would be something crazy, as only one of them could come through and get another opportunity to become the champion.
Yeah, it would be down in the dumps there, in the den of lions between these two teams. But here we go. It's Rix against Invil in the upper bracket final. Rix going to be bringing out a lot of Soviet heavy tanks. We've got so many IS-7s that I cannot actually count. Then we've got double T-60, double 907, an STRV, and 1 EBR.
Invil in return bringing 6 IS-7s, 5 to 60s, triple 907, and 1 EBR as well. So neither of the two teams here, Moff, has chosen for a defensive posture. They're both going for somewhat of a brawl.
Yes, the Soviet heavies are always going to be a pushing force and not passive gameplay. That is very much certain. But look at these 907s going through the water at the start of the round. Monster very aggressive through the middle of the map, just clearing it out, and he realizes he's not spotted. So some early info for Invil. They realize that the mid is not being occupied by Rix, and it's going to be a straight fight for the hill here. Who has the numbers advantage?
I'm not sure yet what Rix is going to be doing. The 907s from Invil already indeed utilizing that outside that you were talking about, that middle part. The 907s are now revealing themselves, and there's Chucky, Katsai, and Frane coming in with their 907s. They gotta be careful, and Rix now in a little bit of trouble realizing the position that they're in, getting peeked from the top. Paradise, he's gonna get sent to heaven actually instead, as he drops towards the one shot, and now Rix starting to try and crawl backwards. But where are you crawling off to, Rix? Where are you gonna go? What is the play here for you? Invil dominates the top. The only thing that has any meaningful position right now for the Rix team is this singular STRV mob from the backlines, who is putting in a lot of damage. Him together with the EBR trying to make something happen here. Now Rix trying to flying through the lower side as well, but God and Manera, they find Conrad potentially in not the greatest position, or check low as well, and Rix has actually done a really good job at the damage here, and that's mainly down to this STRV, who's just putting in shot after shot after shot, and now they come back up, and DJ feels the heat as he gets deleted by the entirety of Rix, making a quick peek and a quick delete, but also Piotr on the outside, that flanking IS-7, he's down towards the one shot as well, and that STRV Moff, it might actually be the difference maker. Yeah,
that crossfire looked pretty ominous for Invil, but Rix are somehow making it work. There's still up in HP here, and the problem for Invil is they may have the crossfire, but they don't really have the gun depression to overpeak and make these angles actually work. Now they're pushing in, and they're actually getting picked off. I don't even know what, there's a bit of miscommunication there. One tank just went in and died for free from the side of Invil, and the STRV still just chipping away, and now Rix are making their push, they're making their surge towards these Invil guns. They're going to try and focus out the 907s of Ketsai and Frantic, and they don't really have the HP to sustain all of the fire that is coming towards them, and Rix have somehow managed to turn it around. It looked so terrible for them. It looked so good for Invil with that crossfire, but Rix have done a fantastic job here. It is 14 guns left alive for them, and poor T-Sec in his 260 on the other side of the map couldn't really affect the game in any way whatsoever, and it's just him and Monster left alive.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how much damage 404 Flash has here, because he was the difference maker there. I think without the STRV, Invil can just play at the top and chill, you know, if there's no crossfire.
Remember yesterday, 404 Flash was doing absolute bits with that STRV and the Hori. He was probably averaging about 5 or 6k pretty much every single round, so we'll be definitely looking out for that player to put in a solid performance today if Rix want to come out on top in front of Invil, and so far it's going pretty well. It's just Monster left to find, and Dopa Deepa is smelling blood in the water here. He knows he's somewhere around because he is spotted, and Monster does get found out, and he will be... Ooh! Dopa Deepa ramming into Monster and ends up wearing him as a hat. Somehow they're not killing each other though, despite the fact that he is directly underneath him, and that concludes the first round, and that really was quite the fast-paced first round.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Rix. It looks like they were a bit in trouble. You know, Invil had the hill. Invil had this upper position. They were left, they were right, they had everything. But there was more than just that, though. There was also Piotr Mov, I think, in the IS-7. He was a key, vital asset on the outside. He was the only tank that had a little bit of different crossfire on the group of Rix tanks. And when we looked at him once, he was full HP. Then the next moment, he was a one-shot.
No, and I guess Rix probably did a very good job of making sure to focus him out and recognize that he is realistically the only tank that could put any meaningful crossfire on towards them. And I guess the problem for Piotr is, you know, he may have a good position, but for one thing, he's only an IS-7, which means the damage output, the DPM, is not really going to be there. And the fact that he's only one guy as well, he can't do enough.
Don't you think one thing, Moff? Oh, 404 Flash, 7k in the STRV. Really good job there. I mean, he does what he's supposed to do, saving them in that battle. Remember yesterday, Moff, Invil against W. What was the thing they did every time they saw W? They just pushed into them. Don't you think here, with the initial bleed that they got, because they basically killed, I think, Paradise, right? The 260 was one shot, that they had an opportunity there. The moment they realized there's an STRV on the outside, push forward. Because they already had a little bit of a lead to play from.
Yeah, they definitely should have just kept it going. But, of course, in that moment when there's so much chaos and all of the players are communicating with each other, it can be very difficult to figure out what the correct call is to make. And I think the fact that it was only one STRV in the offside, it probably made them think, oh, the guns are even. They didn't have that much of a numbers advantage, or it was basically dead even, because of course they had T-Sec in the 260 in the north of the map as well. So I think the fact that it was just so many guns from Rix all in one position perhaps made Invil a little bit tentative. They weren't quite sure whether they actually wanted to commit to that play.
Yeah, understandable, but just you know, yesterday they were just pressing W. This time a little bit more hesitant, where they probably should have been a little bit less hesitant. But that gives Rix now the opportunity, Moff. Do you think they're going to park the bus?
I wouldn't put it past them. But I think this team, you know, they've shown that they are versatile. They can pretty much do whatever they want. But I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I
mean, it's just like you win your attack, and maybe you can gamble on the defense, you know?
Maybe. But as you've said, and we pointed out, this defense is not impenetrable.
Of course not. It isn't. And W was the ones that showed, I think, numerous ways to break it when the map was in. And, well, we'll have to see. Although, you know, Rix, They don't seem like a team that wants to play that passive from previous performances that we've seen from them.
No, I think for me, it's like the lingering memories of how Miravanka has played out, the team formerly known as Kylie. Those rounds really stuck in my mind, but I think that's kind of just the way that everyone plays Miravanka, so perhaps I'm miscorrectly labeling them in my head.
Could be, but look at this though, Moff. We predicted it.
Not.
We predicted it correctly, in a way, and then we changed our mind and we were wrong. Triple Type 71, a Badger, a Hori, Amino, an EBR, 4100s, double 279, and 2 more Type 71s for the Ricks.
Yeah, the Quad E100 kind of gives it away, right? Because Corellia, if you're not camping, you do need mobility to get around the map, and those E100s definitely do not have the speed to do so. Invil going with a lot of IS-7s again, then they've got 4 260s, 1 1B of T-Sec, then they've got Ketsai and a CS, 1 Ho-Ri and 1 EBR. So the Ho-Ri is going to be a key player here, trying to pump out some damage from the back lines and get those crossfire angles on towards the camping tanks of Ricks. Monster is also equally going to be a very important piece here to Invil, trying to build this puzzle of how to break this camp. He's gone very aggressive through the mid at the start of the game, which has saved a decent amount of time, and Ketsai also pushes straight to the rock in D2. He has now locked away this position for Ricks. Sometimes it's really nice to get a tank into that cubby hole, but that has been denied. So Invil making some very decisive moves at the start of this round.
Ricks was never really looking to take this rock though. Sometimes teams do, but Ricks was not one of those. They're sitting back quite a bit. Now the question is, what happens next, Moff? Invil is already dropping off at the 1-1B, and I mean the 1-1B is a very good tank at one thing. It has this beautiful 350 millimeters of heat pen, so it will chew through those E100s over time.
It's difficult though. That buffed E100 turret is pretty tough to chew through, and even with 350 heat, if that turret is angled, it will still take a fair bit of time. Also got a lot of HP there. You can see the shield in the bottom corner there. What is it? The Minotaur behind the E100? So
Mino behind the E100.
Interesting. Can he? So he's probably going to be attempting to shoot over the E100 wreck.
Yeah, you would assume so. That's the way it looks like. Dopadipa gets spotted out. It doesn't get spotted out, but spots are never in return. Now Monster coming in front of T-Sec to spot this E100. T-Sec doesn't, of course, want to do it by himself. It's a bit too risky. Question is, can he fire at least one tank down? He does start hitting some shots. So we'll have to see if the C100 can really angle. And it doesn't seem to be the case. T-Sec hitting 2 in a row so far.
I would be interested to know what crew skills that T-Sec has, because there's one of the new crew skills that came in Crew 2.0, which is ammo tuning. And of course, with 350 heat, you would think, do we really need to buff our pen in the gun a little bit more? But just getting that little bit extra pen when it's already 350 could be quite handy here against that E100. And T-Sec is indeed just chewing straight through that E100 with not too many issues. A couple bounces here and there, but by and large, farming.
I mean, he seems to have like 60 to 75% pen ratio, but here comes Invil already behind it. Piotr leading the charge, led by him. They do drop that E100 immediately, and he had to shield, like you said. So how much damage did it take to get across here? Piotr dropped low, 931. Team captain leading the charge. Panzer Fury now cutting across as well. Piotr stopping on this rock to survive. And so far, so good for Invil. They do bleed a little bit, but they have taken some pretty decent positions at this moment in time. And they did drop what looks to be an IS-7 onto the Mino as well. He is...
Is he in there?
He is in there. Was there 2 or 1? Because Purpose died.
1. I mean, it could have been 2, but either way, Comrade has taken the plunge, and he has managed to pick up that Minotaur, so that little plan there was kind of foiled that Ricks had going on.
It had to have been 2, no? Because otherwise they wouldn't have killed him.
Maybe, but either way, Invil, they have gone through all of the traps so far that Rix have laid out for them, and they've done it in very, very good time.
This
as well.
is really good for Invil. Look at it. Like, look at Loop in that Type 71 already getting crossfired out. There's the tanks from C1, D1 that are shooting him in the side. Invil's wrapping under. Loop's still spotted, drops towards the one-shot. They don't really have good positions to play in the base anymore, Moff, at this moment in time. Tansov also just dying in his 279 because he can't really angle up. And of course, also those 260s get 340mm heat pen. It might not be a 1-to-1B, but you know, it's not too far off either. And you can see Rix is now down on HP, down on guns, and surrounded. And that is the issue with the cam of, we said it when in Karelia was first introduced, you do this, at some point teams are going to get so good at breaking it that it's going to be pointless. And we may already be at that point.
Definitely, and as Invil, they've already got they've only wasted 5 minutes here. They've still got half of the battle remaining to try and figure out how they want to break the rest of this down. But you can see guns like 404 Flash and that Hori being a top performer for Rix, but they don't really have anywhere to go, and they're kind of just hoping that they don't get spotted at this moment in time. And this force of Invil players, all of these IS-7s, they've managed to keep most of them pretty much alive. They've only dropped one gun, and they are going for those E100s, and there is no one really to stop them. The guys in spawn for Rix, they cannot support their teammates now. Cry is just going to have to try and trade this off as best he can.
Here comes the Horde, though, the red blob of Invil moving in. Marcel and DJ closing the distance as well, and Cry is about the only thing that that has left to do, as well as shed a tear for his E100. As this one's about to fall, and Movikes will be the next one. And Invil, yeah, they bled a little bit of HP to cross the open ground towards these E100s, and you can see the E100 really annoying for those low 10 guns of the IS-7. They're missing a few shots, but they do find another kill. Movikes is now going to be the next one to go off the chopping board. And you see that Rix in a last-ditch effort here, trying to repush some part of the map. They're opting for the south in this case. Dopa Dipa even going towards the hill, so they're trying something. But they don't have any tanks left to be trying anything with, because they're already down 5 at this moment in time.
Yeah, they're really running out of guns to work with here, and Dopa Dipa has managed to go on top of that hill, but there's still plenty of time left here for Invil, so they don't really need to worry about chasing after him right now, and Monster is just going to keep him under control as well and just monitor his positioning with his EBR. Tansov now about to fall in his 279, and this is kind of how it goes sometimes when the camps get broken. One by one, they fall like dominoes. Tansov just desperately trying to hold on, but an HE shell, a good HE shell, should manage to find that kill eventually. The HP is still very even though. Invil, they've kept a lot of guns alive, so they've done a fantastic job of spreading the HP across multiple guns, but still, they've got to be careful.
They need to find this kill on Tansov. They do find the kill on Tansov. Panzer Fury is actually the one to put him in the grave, but another good kill from the Type 71 of Langak on towards one of the Invil tanks. And now Invil should use their gun superiority to their advantage. You see Ketsai and Monster starting to clear the hill, and they are going back around, back under again. They're re-establishing these crossfires on those Type 71s, and once Invil retakes the southern part, Mov, you gotta start worrying if you're Rix altogether, because they will start getting those angles onto those tanks in the base. And 2 minutes when you're this close to the enemy base is not that bad.
Evil now getting pressured upon, and he's kind of caught in no man's land as he tries to back up and find any sort of position that he can mount a defense from. They do find the kill on towards Ketsai in the CS though. Perhaps he did not realize that he was perma-spotted by Dopa Dipa, who lets off a shot in the 1v1 against Monster. He still has that HP advantage, and if he can win that 1v1, that could be a key moment in the battle here. We want to watch that EBR 1v1 right now. We're seeing it on the mini box on the bottom left-hand screen. Dopa Dipa still has the HP advantage. Monster a one-shot for HE. If he can just connect this one shot, Monster desperately trying to run away, but Dopa Dipa not going to allow that to happen. Again, Invil, they still have the HP and gun advantage. Another missed shot coming out from Never, though. That's a very critical one, and he's not going to get a second chance at trying to find that kill on towards the Badger. You can see both Never and T-Sec in a lot of trouble right now because they're being crossfired by the EBR, and they can't really make any more plays here.
Yeah, and that all comes forward from Ketsai not realizing he's perma-spotted or just not caring about it and then pushing forward instead of letting Monster clear a little bit. They have no more time off, actually. They are not going to make it, and that's because Dopa Dipa outplayed Ketsai and Monster in the south part of the map. Never falls now to Dopa Dipa. Evil might even live. Panda Fury finds a kill, but they need 33 seconds to cap it 3 times Moth. They might just about make it, but one reset from Templeton will put them in the grave.
Yeah, Templeton is just going to sit behind that rock and wait patiently. All he's got to do is peek out just one time and get a reset, and I don't even think they're going to have enough time. It's so very close. It's about 1 second either way. I'm looking left and right to try and see if they have enough time, but I don't think it's going to matter nonetheless, because all Templeton has to do is peek out one time, but he's now on 900 HP.
He's a 2-shot. Orchek will gather a cap point though. He explodes! He explodes Paradise! So one shot can Panzer Fury get it. Orchek, do not get reset. You have a cap point as well. It gets spread across the team. He finds the reset on Franek with HC, however, and it's Paradise to save the game. And Paradise for Rix as they'll put themselves up 2-0 over Invil, who only, I think, Moth have themselves to blame there at the end about how they did manage to falter.
That was an incredible match, and Rick's always got a flair for the dramatic. We saw yesterday they had another clutch reset against Aurora, which allowed them to win a defense, and they do it once more. And, you know, I think you're saying that it's a misplay by Invil, and, you know, to an extent I would agree, but I think I would also praise Rick's very highly because they reacted accordingly. They didn't just sit in the spawn and try and cling on to what they had. They pushed out, they were proactive, and didn't just wait to lose the game.
Yeah, this repush in the Sal working out for Rix, but still though, there was no real need for Ketsai and mini Ketsai dying. It was good shooting from Rix though, but once SES dies, it was like an opportunity for Dopa Dipa to 1v1 Monster, and that was a real issue there, right?
Yeah, and what I'm interested in is how Ketsai didn't realize that he was permaspotted, or I think he must have been permaspotted, because
yeah, they were.
He got lit one time as he came down from the north of the map, and I think, like you say, in that moment, all they have to do realistically is just control the EBR. But again, like, we're talking micro misplays, but in the end, it adds up and it costs you the round. And Rix are going to put themselves up 2-0. That curveball that they threw in by picking Corellia, it has paid off.
Yeah, it did pay off. Although I think this round was mainly the Corellia loss there was on Invil mainly, and less so on Rix. But they did a good job turning it around. Cliff now has to be a big map for Invil, because Rix picks up around here. It's looking at a match point. And what a surprise so far from Rix to pick up 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's been a shock start, and I think if you're Rix at this point, if you just trade out Cliff 1-1, you'll be more than happy with that, because you'll put yourself on match point and give yourself three opportunities to convert it before we get to the end of the match.
So now we're going into Cliff. Luckily, I would believe, and I do believe still, that Invil is the kind of team to be able to win Cliff 2-0 though.
Yeah, but all it takes is
one round.
Is one round, and Rix, they can do something a bit cheesy. They can make some sort of gamble, and if it works, then they get a round for free.
Sure. But yeah, what a shock. Rix winning 2-0. It was their map pick though, but still, you know, honestly, we should have come out of this with a 1-1, but now that it's not, it could change the whole dynamic of this match.
Going back to the first Corellia game, when you said if Invil just pushed in from the top of the hill and didn't let that STRV farm, like, potentially we could be looking at a 2-0.
I think they would win that simply because they had, like, this first Corellia, if we think about it, they had 260s, I think, more 260s on Invil's side, and they also had triple 907. And Rix had a lot of IS7s, so in a pure brawl, the 260 should beat, together with 907, IS7s.
Yeah, 260 has a bit better gun and slightly better DPM as well, which definitely comes in handy in those 1v1 situations, or head-to-head, rather.
Cliff, however, is going to be an action-packed map no matter what happens. So will this be the case? Yeah, of course. Rick's double 50B, quad CS, an IS-7, and the rest being 8 BZs.
Invil also rocking a lot of BZs. They're going with 11 of them, in fact, and just 4 CS from the side of Invil. So, speed, violence, and momentum is the theme of this battle.
What do we think, Moff? Which one do you like more? There's not too many differences.
I'll tell you something. I've been converted to a BZ enjoyer since the OLS. I used to be a hater, but I now believe in the gun handling. You just have to let Jesus take the wheel, and the rest of it sorts itself out. Triple CS going up the hill from Rix. Are they going to take any damage? Immediate death there for Cry. I'm not sure if he just got Amaract or just so many shots instantly coming into him. We've got double CS flanking around the hill for Invil. Rix have managed to take the hill, albeit at the expense of losing one of their tanks. Orzhik now trying to go up the hill in his BZ-75 as well, but he's got quite a bit of HP taken off, as does Rexar. So both of these BZs, they're going to find it very difficult to actually overpeak and out-trade these CS on top of the hill. Frantic going up as well should be very, very useful, having 2.2k HP. The crossfire from the CS on the middle from Invil. They're shooting on towards the ramp positions. HP is even between both of these teams. They're just brawling it out in the middle, trying to make some sort of play, but there's a donut push coming in from Rix on the 1-2 line.
Yeah, the double 50B now re-pushing. Ketsai already realizes this monster is in crossfire position as well. Ketsai drops off. He will try to survive as long as possible. 404 flash, dropped low, down towards 800. Another kill falling in the middle. That's God down, and Invil starting to make their presence known. Starting to make it hurt as well. A blow up on Dansov helps a little bit though, but they're still down already. 6 guns versus just 1 from Invil. The initial bleed, it was good from both sides, but the crossfire with those CS63s from behind from Invil with 1-2 line as well seems to be just too much for Rix to handle right now. They're trying to make something happen though on top of this hill still. Elrap pushing in, picks up Orzhik. 1-2 line seems to be lost for the side of Rix, and the battle itself, Moff, with 5 tanks left standing, seems to be a similar fate shared as well.
Yeah, they may be losing the top of the hill, but they just need to stall out for a little bit longer, because Invil, they are winning everywhere else across the map, and what we predicted has come true. Invil back on their home turf of Cliff. They managed to make the brawl work. They bring back 1 round. Comrade just surviving on 1 HP and does a gun block as well. The boy who lived right there. Comrade surviving on 1 point of health in his BZ-75. And not going to allow Rix to get an additional kill there. Not that it's going to matter one bit. It's Invil clapping back with one of their own.
Yeah, Invil make it work, and there was a lot of interesting things there, Morph. You know, the CS blowing up from Rix going on the hill, but also the 50B position from Rix, if you were paying attention to it. They were situated around the D3 area, Morph, if you saw, and they were doing a lot of damage to the tanks going up the hill.
I didn't notice that, but I now, in hindsight, can see where the damage is coming from on towards those.
Yeah, they were like, it was like D2, D3. So they have an angle there apparently as well on the hill and shooting them going up.
So creative positioning there from Rix, but still unable to make it work to take victory in this round here. And a nice, simple lineup from Invil. Just 11 BZs, 4 CS. What more do you really need?
Well, I mean, they had a few crossfires, right? I think the biggest part for Invil is the fact that they had control over 1-2 as well. On top of it, adds like another layer. 4 hits received, so that's normal. Just got hit by BZs and CSs, no?
Yeah, I think it's just because it was so many shots all in one go.
Yeah.
It looked like it could have been potentially an Amarak, but I mean, to be honest, that's kind of expected as well. Like normally you'd be very lucky to get up onto the hill without losing a single tank.
So they do get around on the board, 2-1 now. Rick still showed, you know, some signs of hope on Cliff. Like they had a good initial, but Invil with the layers of crossfire around the hill, 1-2 line, middle, it was just too much for them. And one more round and Invil's back in it.
Definitely, and that is really where they want to be and tie up this score 2-2. They don't want to let Rix get that match point before them. Rix now going to be playing from the south spawn on the defensive side of Cliff, and there is a possibility to play this slightly more passively, but it's not something that is realistic.
I mean, I like Invil's simplistic lineup, you know? You can't have anybody with a bad spawn if you're all playing the same tank.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And it's a similar vibe to what we saw yesterday, only they did it with IS-7s against W. And I think they might be shining a light on what the direction of the meta is going towards in 15v15, because, you know, we always say, because of the meta changes and the nerf to chieftains and 279s and all that, it opens up like a wider range of different tanks that you could use, but like maybe it just doesn't need to be that complicated. Maybe you really do just need to take mostly just one of the same battle tank.
One of the same battle tank is Invil's strategy in battle number 2 on Cliff. 4 CSs and 11 BZs.
Simple. Very simple lineup. Rix also going with pretty similar lineup. I think there's a couple less CS than they had in the previous round, but still rocking that double 50B. So they're believing in the burst fire that they were delivering early on in the previous round here. Let's just see if they're going to be able to make it work. Double 50B going towards the 1-2 line at the start of the game. We've got a decent split from Rix, sending about half their team to the upper and lower side of the map. Invil kind of doing the same. It's mostly the CS going towards the top side, potentially going to try and take that hill, but the rest of Invil predominantly going towards the 1-2. If Rix push in here, they could be in a lot of trouble, potentially.
The Rix will spot it out. They are holding with their BZs. What does Invil do? Do they push towards them or do they go up? And the deletion on Horchek gone and out. Conrad not doing much better. The 50Bs, they're hurting. And now Invil's pulling the trigger across, but they're already down 2. There is an ignite on Magnera. Hellrap is the first one for Invil to push on the red. The blob is coming in. The rest of them are holding on that corner on D3, waiting for the Rix repush that is now coming in. They're gonna go and sandwich those tanks from the top. Those CSs, the double CS and the BZ, where are they supposed to go? They're pushing into Lankak, but there's also the CS in the middle who will kill DJ off as well. And Rix have the crossfire set up here. They're now coming back towards the lower side to support their 50Bs, and Invil seems to be in a lot of trouble as the initial damage that Rix was able to pull here, deleting those 2 Invil tanks, is just way too much right now for them to handle with their repushing of their own again back towards the 2 line, but with 5,000 HP lead and a tank lead as well for Rix with the 50Bs coming off of reload, I do not see how Invil will come back from this one, and I think it's going to be Rix to put themselves on match point first, Moth.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be that way. Rix gonna go up 3-1 in this upper bracket match against Invil. Invil just got completely hard countered in this one. Rix was set up perfectly and seemed as though they were ready for anything that Invil was going to throw at them in this round, having enough tanks on the lower side of the map to take the initial brute force from Invil. They deleted one of the tanks, I think it was Orzhek, in the beginning of the round, and then they were able to just stall it out for long enough for the rest of their team and the 50Bs to have significant impact in this round. 50Bs were so far back in sort of H1 that Invil was never ever going to be able to focus them out, and with so many BZs, they didn't really have the DPM to focus the guns out as quickly as they might have liked.
I mean, they lost 2 tanks in the beginning for this initial 2-line play. Like 2 of the BZs got deleted, the first one almost straight, and then they decided to pull the trigger, but it's such a distance to cross, and the 50Bs get reload after reload because you're pushing into the BZs. It's really hard to swarm over the 2-line.
You know what I love now, though, is that Rix are on the defense, and they don't really have a whole lot of map control, but they don't have to actually do anything because they have so much HP advantage. And I think at the moment we're kind of just waiting for Invil to decide whether they want to go in and just end this round and move on to the next map, or talk things over a little bit and do a post-mortem on what went wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, Invil has a decision whether to die against the sword or die against the spear in about 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, and I think waiting a little bit of time is not the worst idea in the world, but Invil definitely have the fastest round win at the moment, because it was 2 minutes and 52 seconds from the previous game on Cliff. But of course in that game Invil was defending, and the priority is always fastest attacking round win, which at the moment Rix are holding from the first Corellia game, so it doesn't really change anything, at least as far as Tiebreaker is concerned, for them stalling this out.
Sneaky DJ though gets a position in the base. Probably wants to let a shell go on towards Evil as well, who will now realize that, well, guys, we're flanked a little bit at this moment in time, but triple the HP for Rix. I mean, they are very aware, I guess, and know that they have to play it until the end, respecting their opponent. But now, though, like, there's another CS. I mean, Invil's going to go all in for this cap by the looks of things, or play around it, you know? Play with the guys at G2, get K5. Ideally, you would have liked to see them get top of the hill, which they never did, which is a bit sad, because the middle is for free. But by the looks of things, they're just going to put a guy on the cap, put a guy on K5, and then try and somehow play with YOLO and Never maybe to make a shield for YOLO so he can sit safe. Or they're going to all-in cap with 3, which is...
I mean, I like the idea, the gamble, just blitz the cap. Surely they won't be able to react in time, but I don't think Invil they don't have enough HP and they don't have enough guns to cover all the positions. And as soon as this triple cap
boost onto the 3 line, I think.
Yeah, as soon as this triple cap starts, they're just gonna go and kill YOLO and then peek over, and they should be able to spot the cap.
Yeah, I think that's my fear here as well, that they'll just instantly push towards the YOLO and Never. T-Sec is spotted out, Monster spotted out as well. Already T-Sec takes a big one. He gets blasted by the back BZ. He dies against 404 flash, and now you can see those BZs just peeking that ridge line. That was the fear we had as well. One on the cap down, the second one to follow, the third one now in the grave as well. And Never ends it by himself on his own terms. Beautiful. And it's going to be Rix indeed to pick up match point first.
Yep, they have really... I don't know why we're shocked at this point, really. Jackie also tries to jump off, and Paradise does not make the jumping shot kill, gets set on fire in return, but still, he will go down in this battle. And Rix going to put themselves on match point, and that's going to give them 3 opportunities to convert this into a win and lock themselves into that grand final spot.
What a shock so far. This was a good round from Rix, a good read or a good initial strategy, a lot of initial damage, and that is a big congratulations to them. That initial damage they did was amazing.
Yeah, and I think after that point, the positions for Invil, they were just never able to recover from that initial burst that Rix had done, and I think we can say good job from Rix, just knowing or having an understanding of how Invil might like to play. We can see there the 50 Bs, perfect really. That's exactly what you want. The 50 Bs coming top of the board, and one of the 50 Bs only went down because he went in to try and get the resets at the end. So very good positioning by those guys, coming top damage, doing multiple clips for all of them. The rest of the BZs, it's kind of irrelevant damage, but what is relevant is poor Ozek and Comrade at the bottom of the leaderboard, and that tells the tale of how their battle experience went.
For sure. They were the 2 that led the charge on the lower side. They just got deleted, and that's again down to Rix's great initial shooting. You got to be set up, but you also got to hit those shots, and I don't think they missed anything at all.
No, and remember what I said? Yeah, you got to believe in the BZ gun handling. Let Jesus take the wheel, and Rix certainly did that. Now, those 2 maps, Cliff and Corellia, are going to be over in the past. Sand River is going to be the next one up, and Invil, if they want to do it, they're going to have to win this 2-0, which is going to be extremely difficult given the nature of the map.
It is going to be Rix attacking first as well, Moff, so they get to play from the good side first. Or the favorite side.
Yeah, so they could potentially close this out here and now 4-1.
Can they, though?
That remains to be seen.
Do you think you want to change something about your prediction, or you want to stick with your... So far, Rix just seems like a really good team, surprising Invil as well.
Yeah, I think the way I expected it to go, and my thought process with the prediction was, I thought that Rix would be really strong on Corellia, and I got that right. They won 2-0. But then I expected Invil to clap back and win Cliff 2-0. And then I expected Sand River to be 1-1 because of the map. And then Invil and Tiebreaker, you know, like, I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But now we're facing Invil against the match point, a situation they don't find themselves in too often. And if Rix win this month, it's going to be one interesting day in the lower bracket.
Oh yes, I do not envy all the gamers who are going to be battling for their lives in this tournament. And Rix are just going to be you know, sitting back and watching all of the chaos unfold, if that does happen. But they've still got to win the match. It's not over yet. They need to cross that finish line and secure the win. And Invil definitely has a comeback in them, that is for sure. Rix on the attack, going to be bringing double M5Y, triple Type 71, 1 CS Hurricane, 1 STRV, and then they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 I7s.
Yeah, and in return, we see Invil with only a few ISNs of their own, making it 4 double K91 MOF. That's what I wanted to highlight here. Double K91 for Invil.
Fully rotatable turret, DPM, 4-second reload, 320 alpha. It is very, very powerful if you can find the impact, but that remains to be seen. T-Sec with a spotting run in his CS, cops a couple of shots and goes down to about 2/3 of HP, but he does get the info, which is the most important thing. Invil does now know that Rix is playing for the north of the map, and that could be potentially quite good for Invil because it means they're going to get control of the K-line, which is something that the team that's from the defending side doesn't often get control of. But what do they do now?
I mean, Rix is immediately rotating. Piotr and Chucky are pushing up the K-line. There is still going to be some cover there with the quad Mivi looking to hold fast and hold strong. But there's a big rotation across the zero line from this Rix team right now. The question is, are they going to repush those IS-7s or what's the play? Templeton spotted out, Mavikas is spotted out. Those K91s are starting to get some information. Gold Loop now, all of them spotted out. It's not anything Invil doesn't know at this moment in time, and they still have 4 Mivis behind. I mean, Piotr is a little far forward. He could get peeked, and I don't think the cover is there for the side peeks either. So keeping that into consideration, can they do something here from the side of Rix against Piotr without bleeding too much?
Yeah, that is the question. Piotr will go down, but how much will Rix take in order to secure this kill? God, you can see the shots coming in from the middle of the map. The double K91 is primed and ready for this, and they are bleeding quite a bit, but they still manage to find that kill, which is the most important thing. So the advanced spotting from Piotr will not be working out. Never in the meantime, though, has taken a lot of damage in the middle of the map. Hellrap has a fantastic position to crossfire on towards the 260s, but he realizes that he's going to have to abandon that position because he's getting pushed by double medium. There's also an additional push from Rix. They are going into the K-line. Do they have enough guns to make this work?
This is going to be costly, although the Mivi's not hitting too many shots right now. Half of them missing, half of them pending against Loop, but you see that IS-7 is completely out in the open, drop towards 400. He needs somebody to overtake him. He needs to fall back in line behind the rest of his team. The Mivi's still peeking, but they're not really getting the damage. Finally, they delete that first IS-7, but that took far too long in my opinion. Morphin Invil's down 3000 HP right now. Rix has to go up and over with the K91s on the flank. Ketsai and Franek coming back in. That's a lot of DPM. Movikas bites the dust. Hellrap in the north dying as well. Invil coming back in now, bringing that 5000 DPM of those K91s back into the fight, and Rix realizes this, is trying to escape towards the outside, trying to establish some new angles. Kills going left, right, and everywhere, but so far Invil getting more of them. Nakak trying to escape. Downsov left to his own devices. Templeton completely bailing. The north seems to have been lost for Rix as well in this K-line repush. It didn't look that great for Invil at the start, but they do bring in those K91s, and they're the real difference maker here because they just clean up and put so much pressure on the Rix side. They couldn't handle that. We settled this fight currently with an HP lead for Invil with 3,000, but more importantly, quite a few tanks.
Yeah, they do have the HP lead and the gun advantage, and positionally as well. Nothing really is going well for Rix in this late game stage. There's nothing that they can pin their hopes on here unless Invil make a catastrophic error, really, at this point in the game. I did find it quite funny that you had K91s doing some aggressive flanking. It's certainly not something that you see every day from that sniper medium tank. Rix now making a desperate move back towards the north of the map. They are unspotted, so there's the potential that they could surprise Invil here, but as soon as they get spotted in the north of the map, Invil is just going to take control of their base and probably try and cap this one out.
You still have that Type 71 and the I-7 stuck in the middle of the map. I mean, Mindbreaker even trying to peek, trying to find something. Chucky pushing out. They're closing the net around those tanks. Chucky finds Mindbreaker. Templeton now by himself. The north is spotted out as well. The Invil tanks have re-established more defensive parameters, and yeah, Mindbreaker there tried to make a shield for Templeton, but it doesn't really matter when you simply get overrun by superior forces. It extends the inevitable by a second or two, but Orchek will be the one. Or no, it is going to be Rexar to claim his scalp, and now only 6 tanks for Rix versus 11 for Invil. And this was an interesting round of Sand River, but I think we can say Rix slightly underdeveloped in the north and being pushed into a K-line push.
I think they overcooked the pooch because, you know, going for that K-line control, especially from the winning side, is really the winning advantage that you can get. And I think by going to try and play for the north, they kind of outminded themselves and they gave too much real estate away to Invil for free.
Yeah, and then, you know, the north is getting repushed by 4 guns. You have only 3. You realize you got to do something. You push the K-line, and then the K91s flank you.
Yeah, again, I'll reiterate, it was quite funny to watch K91s flanking, and Rix did immediately turn to try and blow up the K91s, but they were just taking too much damage and were unable to do it in time. But Invil, we said they've definitely got a comeback in them, and the comeback is certainly on now.
Yeah, 3-2, they transition to the attack. Now Rix has one more opportunity to close this out in regular time, or Invil's going to be bringing it back to Tiebreaker, but this was still a very interesting round off. Going north is not very usual for the attacking team.
No, and like I said, I think they just outminded themselves, really. They suspected that Invil probably wouldn't want to go for that K-line play, because, I mean, we've seen what happens when the team that plays from the western spawn tries to go K-line, and it just ends up as a brawl. You pretty much always end up getting deleted. But the M5Y is doing a good job for Invil, all of them just farming away on that K-line, happy as you like. Ketsai and the K91 did get focused out early on, which was a good job by Rix, so unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to do much damage, but I don't think he will particularly care, given that his team still won the round.
Yeah. Maybe he's there on the top. Of course, that's where you expect him to be, joined by those K91s as well. And now the comeback is on them off.
Yeah, it definitely is, because what happens now? The roles reverse, and they swap spawns. Invil now going to be with the advantage, playing from the better side of the map.
We say that, though, but then teams keep losing from that side, you know?
I don't think that means that the inherent advantage still isn't there. It's just, you know, these teams are very good, and, you know, they can overturn that disadvantage when playing from a bad side of a map.
So, do we now believe in the Invil recovery?
Definitely. I'm all on board, and I need it to happen. It's going to go back the way of my prediction. I mean, if they do bring it back on Sand River to take us to Tiebreaker, it's not going to go down exactly the way I expected, with Invil losing one of the rounds on Cliff, of course. But I mean, I want it. It's going to be entertainment.
I believe in it, actually. I don't know why. I feel like Invil wins this Sand River attack. 3-3 Tiebreaker. They win in Tiebreaker. They put themselves in the grand finals, and Rix is like, what happened?
Yeah, and I think at this point you probably have the mental edge as well, because Rix, they knew, like, this playing from this side, or the round we just saw on Sand River, that was probably going to be the best opportunity to close out this match early without letting Invil get their foot in the door.
If Invil puts himself in the grand finals, Moff, do you believe that they'll win the whole tournament?
We'll have to wait and see.
That's a big question, but it's it's an important one for Piotr and Monster.
Yeah, those triple diamond fists are calling. They can hear them, and they'll be hoping to lock in their 10th tournament win in Clan Showdown. But again, there's still a long way to go yet today, and Rix may be the opponent currently in front of them. And Rix, never mind that, they're still a match point, you know? You cannot afford to daydream if you're Invil about that grand final. And we know that Motivacja and W, also two very talented teams, going to be looking to try and deny them as well.
Lineups though, Rix coming in, triple can opener, double Mivi, double to 60, double singular CS63, one STRV, and the rest making 6 IS7s.
Invil, meanwhile, bringing one E100. Then they've got 5 IS7s, double M5Y, sorry, quad M5Y, a T110E5, double Type 71, STRV, and an EBR. So we haven't seen too much of the EBR being brought on Sand River. Teams seem to be quite comfortable playing without the info. Triple can opener is pretty formidable though from Rix.
And in the beginning, Rix is sending a lot of tanks towards the JK line, but so is Invil. I remember last time against Aurora, Rix, I think, was the team, and I think Invil as well, if I'm not mistaken, against W, where they just straight push JK line.
Yeah, there's none of this messing about with playing for the north of the map. Just take the K line at all costs and sacrifice your tanks in order to secure it. It is going to be a K-line brawl. We've got double IS7 going in early towards the dip from the side of Invil. Now we've got double IS7 in return from Rix moving into the K2 pocket. Will they go any further, or will they just halt here for the time being?
Looks like they're halting with Paradise and is maybe taking 2 shots to the face. Now we see the reset though in this battle. DJ, yeah, that's the downside of the Mivi, of course, right, Moff? It's a bit chunky.
It's a bit chunky. It's got a very tall and very narrow and wide turret in different areas, and if you turn that gun slightly, it's going to be a problem. And DJ is getting sniped probably away from the STRV. That's 404 Flash, the performing player from Rix, doing so much damage in the TDs. He's going to be a key player here to prevent and suppress these M5Ys of DJ and YOLO from peaking.
Yeah, and that SCRV is very well positioned for that, of course. He's able to get those shots in time and time again. Once the Mivi speak, he should. So far for Rix, initially they're pretty content with this. And Monster finds himself a face full of lead in the north as well. Loop and Manera, they look like they want to chase as well. They want to get this EBR out of the battle. Can they get him? He'll be down towards the one-shot. Manera puts him down, and Monster thought he was finding something, but the only thing he found is death coming his way. And Loop is taking a lot of damage, but Manera is trying to help here. That ram, however, not sure if it was worth it. He needs to back off into the pocket, into safety as well. Here comes the IS-7. This one's slightly better at ramming as Profuse hits hard against Excellence. Loop survives on a one-shot, and Invil is now scratching their head dome off. They've lost 2. They've also lost one of the more important tanks at this moment in time.
Yeah, that's really put a spanner in the works, because look at the map now. Rix, they may not have a lot of guns in the north, but they have closed the net on Invil. Invil playing from the attacking spawn. They thought they were going to be able to slow play this with the EBR, but Monster, he gets jump scared and he finds himself being frightened to death, quite literally, as he's sent back to the garage and will have no further say in this round. So what do Invil do now? Because realistically, pushing the K-line, this quad IS-7, it's so very frightening to push in towards. They've got can openers there as well. Surely they're going to have to look to do something else somewhere on the map.
I think they're scratching their head right now, because if they rotate out, From the K-line, they isolate these tanks in the front. Chucky, Piotr, Orchak, and Rexar. So if they send back Mivis or Type 71s to be able to repush the north, then they are close enough to get pushed in the south, you know?
Yeah, I think it's a very, very big problem for Invil, because you know you can't even push around the outside of the sort of J line area, because that SDRV is still there, ready to cover, and all of the tanks are here on the K line for Invil. They've only got a couple of guns that can even rotate along with an SDRV of Marcel, who can't really do anything unless someone gives him a free tank to shoot at. It is going to be a push through the water here, but what are they really going to find? Potentially going to look for some shots on towards the J-line area, but the can openers are definitely not going to give them that opportunity. Maybe they can find the SDRV, but look at Tansov. That is perfect timing. Perfect timing. I think, can he sit completely safe there and just spot them the whole time?
I don't think so. I think he'll have to back off.
In return, we've got this push from Rix, though. They're not going to allow this to come uncontested. But Marcel in that SDRV should be able to hold back these three guys. They don't have the HP, as you have mentioned, and now Invil, they may find Tansov in the IS-7, but how much are they going to bleed for this? That is the question. The SDRV is also taking quite a lot of damage, 404 flash, but critically, he is still alive, and now the push has come on the K-line from Invil, but these IS-7s, they're really struggling to make this play work. There's just so much HP to chew through, and Mindbreaker now overpeaking, double shot in towards Jackie there, who now gets deleted by Movikez. Mindbreaker may have overcommitted a little bit here, but he's got the rest of his team to back him up, and it's still looking pretty good for Rix right now.
It's looking mighty fine for Rix, if you want to talk about it that way. They're down only 2, Invil's down a lot more. Mindbreaker, you did say he overextended, and he did feel the hurt for it, but now Rix resetting on the defense, taking back the entire middle ridge area. 404 flash, he might be low, but he's alive. That's what matters the most. Conrad might go hunting even in that E100, but yeah, they were winning the mid more from the side of Invil, but then they made this JK line push and they just ran into a truck, into can openers, into Mivis, into anything imaginable, and now we see what that leaves them with. Conrad is looking for the middle of the map in his E100. Ketsai starting to re-aggress on towards Manera, finds a good shot as well in that Type 71. Franek now coming for the crossfire, the left-right combination. Marcel in the meantime pushing excellence as well in the I-7, but Conrad is dead. Conrad exploded in that E100. He was around 2000 HP not too long ago. Marcel might find excellence in that I-7, if not him, Ketsai, but never taking some damage as well, and time is starting to tick, and time is not a friend of Invil, but it is a friend of Rix at this moment in time. Some good shots coming in though on towards these Rix tanks, and they gotta respect the fact that they are in a winning position, but it's easy to throw something like this with a few bad peaks here or there. They are now resetting fully back towards their base, including the SCRV, including the CS-63, and they are going to be holding for dear life until the very, very end of this battle. And can they do that? I'm going to be honest with you, Moff, they probably should be able to.
Yeah, they are going to be totally fine. They've retreated back into the spawn. They're going to fortify, and Rix have set up that brick wall on the K-line. They cannot break through it. Invil, they do not have the guns nor the HP to make this work. The M5Ys are doing what they can, but realistically, you're peeking into hold down IS-7s and can openers. You're not going to make a world of difference. You're going to make not even a dent into that. Marcel now forced to do something highly experimental to try and find some kind of angles to make something work, even potentially just blind shooting randomly in towards the F1 position, just looking for anything that is going to give him an opportunity to work his way into the game. Tsek now forced to push forwards, but of course he is the only one that had HP, and the rest of his team is not going with him, so he will be the next victim of Invil in this round, and that is just going to swing it even more in favor of Rix to secure this upper bracket win. Invil now, they're just sending them in like a lamb to the slaughter, one by one. Never Pan's Fury and YOLO, just they've got to try and do something, and to be fair, they are doing some good damage on towards Templeton, who's overpeaking a little bit potentially, but all they've got to do is just survive There's 1 minute 36 left in the game here. Never now jumping over towards the HJK line to try and make some kind of play. Franek covering from the middle in his one-shot E5, but Marcel is dead in the north of the map, so it's just the K-line left for Invil, and Never is again just running into more can openers that are hold down. So what is he supposed to do?
Yeah, and Evil, I think, is even going to make the peak. He finds the kill. Katsai down, Never down, Panzer, Fury, Yolo, Franek. The last three standing. That little bit of a surprise that triple tank for Invil, for Rix ruining Invil. I mean, killing Monster, killing the IS-7, and putting them in a pincer where they're forced to make some drastic moves to try and get out of it. And it will not work. It will not be Invil to secure another grand finals. They will be relegated to the lower bracket. It will be Rix who Rick and roll through the upper bracket, through anybody and everybody, beating Motivatia in groups, beating Invil in the upper bracket as well. Now put themselves in the grand finals, and they're going to be waiting to see who they're going to be facing off against, either W, Motivatia, or Invil.
Oh, we've got some cracking games in store in the lower bracket coming up for the rest of the day. Rix have secured themselves into that grand final. They are going into uncharted territory. They're going where they have not been before, into that grand final, and they will be waiting until the end of the day to see what opponent they will be coming up against. It could be Invil once again. It could be W once again. They played W in the group stage as well. They have beaten all three of these teams that they will potentially face. So they're going to be very, very confident. Once again, 404 Flash, absolutely insane performance. 6.5k set up for success by the positioning of the rest of his team. And I think, as you pointed out, during the game, this battle really was lost as soon as Monster went down.
Yeah, that's just, I just think it's completely ruined Invil, because they lost not only the 2 tanks. I mean, they could have lived with losing 2 tanks, but losing the EBR, losing all that spotting advantage that can be so pesky and so annoying and find openings, even outspot the SCRV whenever you want to, I think that's a whole different thing. And congratulations to Rix. Over the course of these series, they were the better team. You could say the Karelia, right? Karelia's not the first one, because that would have to be like a really good, brave call immediately, which is hard to make. But the second one, you could say they should have lost it. But at the end of the day, across all the matches, they were the better team.
Yeah, they definitely were. And it's these fine margins. When you make the correct calls, these micro plays, that's what it takes to defeat a great team like Invil. And they do it in a somewhat convincing fashion as well, 4-2. We didn't even need the tiebreaker map of Highway. So now Invil, they drop down to that lower bracket. The next match that's going to be coming up, it's going to be Motivatia against W, and that should be a banger as well.
It should be, it will be. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to be able to be done, but it's going to be very, very interesting to see if which one of the 3 teams that is in the lower bracket will be making it to the finals. And I won't hold you any longer. We'll go into a quick break. When we come back, we will see which one of the 3, Invil, W, or Motivatia, will move on in the tournament. See you guys right after the replays.
Enemy disintegrated. Humanity depends on our victory.
Hello there and welcome back, and in case you're wondering, the mode Steel Hunter did really change. No, that's actually an entirely new game, that is Steel Hunters. I think the mech shooter just entered open alpha, so feel free to check that one out. But for now, please stick with us because we have an absolute banger of a lower bracket semi-final coming up. It's going to be Motivacja, so basically Cashback plus Friends against W, which is, well, W plus Friends. And we do see the team of Motivacja, mostly from Ukraine, coming in here under their captain Q-Little this time. But to be honest, I think it's just whoever gets to make the team first that becomes the captain for them. You can see 4 golden fists, a silver one, and a bronze to their name.
You think they race to see who's going to set up the team first?
I mean, maybe.
A bit of a challenge.
I don't know.
I love that nickname though, Cashback plus Friends. That sounds like a great rename. W plus more W. You can never have too much of the W key. You can see there, no tournament wins to their names on this international roster. They have tried many times, but have yet to have been successful in this tournament format. But they are riding that wave of success from the OLS, and they'll be looking to take that confidence in towards this match. These two teams, obviously very well known in the community, and once upon a time this could be a matchup worthy of a grand final. But as it is, this is the lower bracket. This is an elimination round between these two. Community predictions though, 62% in favor of W, and I think that that is showing the recent form of these two teams and the trajectories that they are on.
Yeah, I think for W, the 62% probably coming off of the fact that, well, they won OLS Season 2, and Motivacja during the groups, honestly not looking too hot, only taking 3rd place in their respective groups. So for them, they did already start in the lower bracket, which is quite unusual. But either way, it's do or die for either of them. And because this is the lower bracket, we are in that best of 5. And there are not that many mistakes. There are not that many mishaps that both teams, or either team, can afford here. We have Prokhorovka, Cliff, Live Oaks, and Highway being removed from the map pool immediately. So we're going to start on Himmelsdorf, quite the iconic map, but to be honest, it never gets old in 15v15 because also with the recent changes to the map, like, there is just so many things that you can do, and with the changed meta of tanks coming in as well, it just offers endless possibilities. Then we are gonna go in towards Fisherman's Bay, a map we saw quite often yesterday, and if we do not have a winner by then, we are going to head towards Murobanka for a tiebreak.
Himmelsdorf hasn't really been played at all in the playoffs, and even prior to that point, it doesn't seem like the teams really enjoy picking the map anymore. So it's quite strange, given that it is an iconic map and such a staple of the 15v15 format. But here it is. It's going to make its debut in the April Clan Showdown playoffs. Predictions from the casters: Daki going Motivacja 3-2 tiebreaker, Keyhand going W 3-2 tiebreaker. I'm going 3-1, so I'm a bit out on a limb here. And I think I went for that just because of the recent form of these two teams, and I thought that the way that Motivacja took care of Aurora yesterday, although they did come out on top and win that match 3-1, I thought some of the rounds on Fisherman's Bay, one of the rounds was a bit questionable.
Yeah, it looked kind of shaky, and that's also why I went with the 3-2 for W. That all being said and done, however, if I think of Motivacja and Himmelsdorf, I think of basically an Invil style. It's going to be all-out aggression. They are not going to let go of the gas pedal here. They're just gonna keep pumping. And for W, I mean, they are a team that is very prone to experimentation, so let's see what's gonna come out as we do hop into this game number 1. And W are bringing an extremely heavy lineup, if I say so myself. It's going to be 1e4. We have By the way, not yet buffed E4. We have 7 VK72s, a singular IS-7, triple E100, and triple 50B.
That is a lot of German heavy super armor right there. Motivatia bringing double 50B. We've got triple BZ72-1, triple E100. Then we've got a couple of E5s, 1 to 60, and an E4 of their own. So W very, very slow. Going towards the hill with those VKs.
Yeah, and actually, I did just check. Frugo does book it through the middle of the map, only takes a singular shot of damage so far, so already taking a lot of control as the super heavies arrive in the 8 line, and they're going to keep pushing. They have been spotted out so far. They only see little in that E5 here in the CD8 position, and the BZs have arrived on the hill. I just went to check. They only have 320 millimeters of heat penetration, so might even struggle a little bit against the super heavies.
Potentially. I think what's going on right now is a classic W bait, in my opinion, because Frugo going so aggressive through the middle of the map and now pushing down the 8 line as well. I think W want to sell that they're trying to play fully for the bottom side of the map and perhaps trying to lure Motivatia and bait them into thinking that they're not actually going towards the hill. And it's going to take them a really long time to get up there. The first tanks are getting spotted out now. The double BZ crossfiring from Motivatia. They do have a powerful position, but they don't have the guns to back them up. So eventually they're going to have to run away.
Yeah, exactly. As Miku gets the ignite with the VK72, that is on towards Shelby Walk in an E5, somewhere else on the map. Little taking the first damage as well. And the trades against those super heavies, it's not really going to work that well because, well, the VK72 turret front is also nothing to scoff at here. You really need to hit some pixel shots to be able to do damage there, and now W are going to advance on the hill, and Barbarian, he might be caught in a little bit of a pickle here because that is a lot of steel that's rolling their way. Shots coming out from Motivatia though, but I think they're starting to bail.
Yeah, they are going to bail out from the top of the hill, but so far they managed to find the kill on towards IZ, and Motivatia don't seem to be entirely aware of what is going on, but now they are pushing through the 1-2 line. They realize that there is nothing left on the bottom side for W apart from this 8 line, and W are going to have to get off that hill real fast because Motivatia are booking it straight down that 8 line. They're going to try and go for those German super heavies. How long can Kono survive? How long can Rieshek survive? He's got to back up out of this situation and try and stall for as long as he can, but he's taking so much damage. You can forget about Kono. He is already dead. Baby leading the charge in his VK, but he gets set on fire. Frontally, that is a thing on the VK. Eol's now pushing in his VK as well. They are going to try and make this play in. Motivatia, they've got to set up in defensive positions. They've got to try and make the bleed hurt for W in this position. The HP is still even across the board. The gun's just about the same. It could go anywhere.
It could indeed go anywhere, but now the German super heavies once again where they are comfortable, and that is up close and personal as double kill comes through for W, and slowly the HP advantage starting to mount as the double 50B has also made a flank through the 8 line, and they have found a kill as well. Ali now getting double teamed on by Barbarian, but Diabol is completely selling out the goat emoji here as Baby and Frugo are coming in and are going to remove Barbarian. Miku falls as well, and Cap gets started by Motivatia.
Yeah, but the double 50B is very close here. Mentos doesn't have that much HP though, so they could get blown up on the corner. The rest of the team is pretty far away right now. 18 seconds left on the Cap. Aka in his E100 is going to have to do a monster level of blocking here. Mentos, net first one to go in. He's going to just sacrifice himself and try and allow Fly to get off a full clip, because if he goes in first, they're going to have to shoot him. 7 seconds left here. Fly's going in. Can he get the reset? No! 3 seconds left on the Cap. A reset does come in from the top of the hill. I think that's the 50B of Lip putting in some critical shots, which might just stall it out for long enough for Frugo to come charging in his IS-7 and get another reset, but again, just 2 seconds left on the Cap. Can they get another reset? Just about. They keep living in this game, and Motivatia, this Cap strategy, have they just about almost done it again for the 4th time? They get so close to securing the Cap, but they're just constantly getting denied by clutch resets from W. Again, 7 seconds left on the Cap. The Ram comes in from Baby. They are trying to protect Kopiat in
the fire
E100.
again. 2 fires on towards Baby are going to remove him from the game. 2 seconds. Ali going to go for the peak, but
No!
bounces, and Motivacja are going to secure round number 1, getting away with murder, a robbery in broad daylight.
I cannot believe what we just watched. I thought for sure, with the amount of resets that W was getting, eventually it was going to be too much for Motivacja, but they just did a fantastic job of shielding. I think it was Kopiat in that E100, and they kept shielding the E5 as well. Just so much chaos going on there, so much to unpack from that round. That was just brilliant from both teams, and what a way to kick off this lower bracket game.
Absolutely. There were probably some cheeks clenched together on either team here, but it does seem like Motivacja were able to clutch it out, and that is like the third cap, super close. We did end up seeing 2 defense victories from Riggs, but now one of those clutch caps actually does go through. And we do see only 2 remaining survivors here for either team. And those 2 fires on towards Baby, probably the thing that cost the game here for a W. But obviously that VK, if you get the side or even the front of it, it is quite prone to it. And, well, Splatty, he was full HP at the end of the game. He probably was driving for the entirety of the game as well. So, yeah, all of a sudden it came down to Brainbreaker, who probably racked up a lot of those points on the cap. 6 kills to his name as well.
I'd love to see how many capture points he's got, because in the end it was only him, so it must have been 100%, right? No, 90.
No.
Base
93, but the thing is, the base was captured and then someone was killed that had captured the base.
Ah, so it was still the E100 of Kopiat that had all of the points there, but I'd be curious to know whether the VKs are running experimental HP to try and make them a little bit less susceptible to those fires. That would be something that's curious to pay attention to. But I think looking at the bigger picture of that round, to an extent, the bait kind of worked from W. They managed to catch out 1 or 2 guns on top of the hill, but I think what we saw in that round is, despite the fact that the gambit kind of worked from W, Motivacja just was so good with their reaction, so fast with their reaction, that they were able to overcome the initial deficit.
Yeah, indeed. So I think it is down to this clutch situation at the cap that we saw at the end. And, you know, a crucial bounce from the E4, I believe that was Ali coming out, also not penetrating that E5 at the end. Like, even if your intuition over to HE, that's a secured reset. Very unfortunate for W, and at the same time, a great round to watch, a great round to spectate, with the better end for Motivacja. But that was only 1 round of Himmelsdorf. We are going to get a second.
Yeah, but every round here matters so much more, because it's only a best of 5. So every round you lose is going to be devastating, and the way that W lost that is going to be heartbreaking for them, and elation for Motivacja to kick this one off.
Yeah, it must also be quite the tilter for the team of W that probably thought they had it, but they're not letting go of those VK72s, 6 of them, together with an E5, a 260, a mouse, triple E100, and triple 50B once again.
Yeah, well, I see something even more interesting on the other team. That is a double Phoenix, the Waffenträger Alf E100. I cannot remember the exact full name, but that tank with that clip potential, the 60-second reload there or thereabouts, that is quite something to bring on towards this map, and they are boosting the Phoenix towards the top of the hill. I'm not sure, I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. W going predominantly towards the 1-2 line, no one going towards the hill from W on this occasion, but a Phoenix is actually getting boosted up the hill by the BZ72 one. That is not something that I would have thought I would see at the beginning of today.
Yeah, indeed. It is 2025, and now the middle push by Motivacja that are kind of mirroring what Frugo was doing last round is actually in full effect. That is a triple A5. They need to be careful, though. Those tanks are kind of squishy now. They're now going to push out here, but they're taking a lot of damage. Liberty already down towards 316. That's one shot. Klurf is going to peek in that E100. He does get the first kill of the game, and now Brainbreaker, the next one to get focused out, because the 50Bs have arrived, and they are fully loaded.
Yeah, this push straight through the middle of the map is definitely not it whatsoever. The double Phoenix are still making their way up the hill, guys. You're not going to let them get a chance to get into the game. This triple 50B hit squad will finish off that kill, and that triple E5 just went absolutely nowhere. W picked them up pretty much for free. 10k HP lead, and if there was something that you needed to cool off, to get rid of the tilt and the frustration from losing the previous round, this was definitely it. It was definitely the medicine they wanted.
Yeah, exactly. Rambo is now peeking on towards Frugo, who is reloading because he shot Aka, and now Aka peeking as well, but there are reinforcements for W now, so those positions cannot be peeked anymore, as we do see the BZs from the hill. But to be honest, the BZ's gun, even though it is better than the one on the 75, still a bit iffy. Like the AP, not the best of pen, the heat, not the best of pen either, so sniping with those tanks, not really that much advised, as Frugo, down towards one shot now, is going to really take aim against Rambo, is going to secure the kill. Miko looking for the ram, does get the kill, doesn't take a shot by the E4, and W firmly in the driver's seat of Himmelsdorf round number 1. They let the first one slip, but this second one, they are firmly in their sights.
Yeah, this is very anticlimactic compared to what we saw. Complete polar opposite to the last round. Motivacja, they steal one away and then they kind of give it back for free. They say, W, you can have this round straight back. And W should just be in autopilot farming mode right now, because there's nothing left for Motivacja in this game. They just threw too much away too early on in the round, and in the end, we never got to see what the Phoenix could do.
Yeah, no, I was kind of hyped to see tanks driving around a corner, and all of a sudden there's two Phoenixes, and they just obliterate tanks, but we never got to see any of that, actually, because, well, at the end of the day, Motivacja, with that opening of the triple E5 in towards the middle, probably misreading the lineup of W here, completely sell themselves.
Well, perhaps they expected them to go towards the hill again, to do a double fake and go straight back up there, but W doing a more conventional opening, we have to say. It would have been very interesting though, had the triple E5 not suicided. Imagine the double Phoenix on the hill aiming towards that 1-2. I can definitely see them blowing up at least one of the VKs.
Absolutely, the VK-72 doesn't have side armor either. And, like, if there's one thing that the Phoenix doesn't struggle with, it is absolutely penetration, pinpoint accuracy, and at that kind of distance, I would expect 5.55 from both Phoenixes, which is like, oh, math on stream, over 5k damage at least. So, yeah, that is quite a lot. But it was not to be, and this means that we are going to split Himmelsdorf 1-1. Could have been 2-0 realistically, and it feels crazy to say, but not for Motivacja.
I think in the end it's an even trade, right? It's 1-1. We go on to the next map, and I don't know about the viewers, but I'm more than happy with this. I want to keep it going between these two teams, just to keep locking horns and fighting it out to the very bitter end. Next map up is going to be Fisherman's Bay, and Fisherman's Bay probably going to be a bit slower.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, Himmelsdorf has always been an extremely aggressive map. There was actually a point in time where it was played a little bit slower, but then kind of Fame and Invil sort of pioneered the style of just playing aggressive, all out, in your face. And since then, because it was working so well, all of the teams have kind of adapted to this, because as it turns out, if you take a lot of positions early on, you get those crossfires going, and from there on out, it's not possible to play passive. That is why also we haven't really seen a team park the bus on Himmelsdorf in what feels like years. Enough talk about Himmelsdorf. It was an awesome map, to be sure, but now we are going to go to Fisherman's Bay. And this one is quite different indeed. We have seen a few interesting rounds on it already. Some steals, for example, when we think back towards Rix getting that last second reset on the EBR yesterday. Let's see what we're in for, because I think ever since the nerf of the 279, teams have been kind of a little bit at a loss as to what exactly to do.
Well, we saw some curious choices from both of these teams. They both played Fisherman's Bay yesterday. For W, they brought a triple 50B setup, which was quite an interesting choice. They were able to clip on towards the 1 line in the beginning, and then they were able to freely rotate and roam around the map and put themselves in prime position to deliver the burst fire that the team needed. On the other side, Motivacja, they went for some very aggressive mid-push in their game against Aurora yesterday, and they had triple VK playing into towards the city, but it didn't really go according to plan. They weren't able to find the impact that they were looking for. Again, we've seen a lot of VK spam. We saw Vulgus take about 4 of them in the match yesterday on Fisherman's Bay, and
3 of them did 0.
Yeah, that was definitely not a fun experience if you're a Vulgus fan, that's for sure. But with W liking the VK so much, and actually both teams liking the VK so much, I wonder how many we're going to see. Motivacja are going to be bringing two VKs this time, so -1 from their match previously. Then they've got 1 IS-7 coupled together with what looks to be about 6 260s. Then we've got 4 279s, 1 Ho-Ri, and an EBR.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned already for W, because they don't really have anything that can deal properly with those 279s. If we take a look at their lineup, it is double E100, I believe 7 IS-7s, 4 260s, an STRV, and an EBR. And really, except for the STRV, there is nothing that has a lot of pen for those 279s. And that STRV is obviously not going to play close range. He's going to play very far in the back, and that most likely is going to mean that relative to the 279s, it will be lower, so the effective armor of those Soviet heavy tanks is going to be better. We can hold that thought, though, as a W on their defense is very, very aggressively pushing into the city so far. Not spotted with that hit squad of 260s and IS-7s, but Motivacja themselves, they have quite a few tanks posted in that city here. Aka and Squeezy now are going to kind of tuck into that corner and wait for the onslaught that is approaching, with W Itox leading the charge. So far, taking only 2 shots of damage, and it seems to be like W have actually found a good opening on towards those 2 tanks. Aka already in full panic mode, making a shield for Squeezy.
Yeah, there's a lot of guns here from Motivacja as well, though, but Squeezy might be a little bit too far forward to get supported from the rest of his team. Frugo seems to have a pretty good angle here where he's just able to sort of freely farm in towards this position, and W, they're not overcommitting here, and the rest of Motivacja, they kind of needed W to overcommit a little bit more to this play so they could actually start farming. But as it is, it looks like W have just found 2 free picks here, or relatively free picks. They are bleeding HP for this, but in the end, it's still 2 tanks that have gone down in favor of W. Liberty now is going to be the next one to get pushed upon towards, and these positions are not very defensible whatsoever. He's just sitting out in the open next to a building, and W are just going to keep on rolling with this advantage that they have taken in the early round here. Motivacja are winning the middle of the map, and the EW100 is going to be backing off for W, covered by an STRV, so that's a pretty good situation that they've got going on there as well. Meanwhile, W winning this lower corner of the map fight. Tarks going over towards the water's edge, trying to survive, but he's not going to be allowed to. Good shooting there from Positive in the Ho-Ri. He's got to do a lot of damage here, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to output enough to stem the tide here. Barbarian is being forced down. Miku is going to try and push him into the water if he can, or at least lock him in position so he cannot do anything else. He elects to back off and play safe for his own life.
Indeed, Barbarian currently staying alive and Positive with that Ho-Ri blowing the turret clean off of Miku, but Barbarian does now also fall. That is a crucial crossfire position gone, as now the W tanks adjust towards the middle, because they have been bleeding a lot towards those tanks that are there, but realistically Motivacja is just running out of guns. Positive now also spotted in the Ho-Ri, takes a shot of damage, and those E100s by W that were holding the middle are still holding on. Ali and both of them battered, bruised, but not out of it.
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter whether they go down, to be honest, because they've just stalled it out for the rest of their team. Now Little is making a desperate play. He's trying to figure out where Mentos is trying to find that kill, because if he does manage to kill Mentos by some means, he could always perma-spot it as he goes into the bush, and Fly not quite in position or ready to shoot on towards that. He's aiming towards the middle with those 279s, but little, he was so very close to managing to get Mentos a little bit caught out in the open there. But as it is, Mentos has managed to go despotted in that bush in middle, and I think that might be the door shut on any opportunity for Motivacija to get back into this game, because as we can see in the bottom left hand corner, they are losing the Ho-Ri of positive, and that is going to be all of the crossfire gone for Motivacija. And what else are you really left to do? Little is going to have to make an heroic charge towards the STRV to try and get something going, but he's just going to be running into his death. Mentos just barely misses the ram, but Fly picks up the kill anyway, and W will be securing victory in the first round on Fisherman's Bay, which in the best of 5 format, that's going to put them on match point.
This is absolutely huge. After dropping the first round that W realistically could have won as well, they now clap back with 2 back-to-back rounds. They are going to secure Fish Bay 1 on defense, which arguably is even the hardest side to play.
Some would say that, indeed. But we have to question Motivacija's positioning and how they were set up with those 260s, because initially you think, oh, it looks like a great idea. We create a shield for one of us, but in the end, the position you're in, whether there's a shield there or not, it's just far too isolated from the rest of his team, and they were just not able to support effectively, and Positive really was probably only able to do damage after the triple 260 fell in the beginning, and perhaps Motivacija felt that they had enough guns there to stop the push, but W committed with enough forces and were able to make it work.
Yeah, I think the problem here really for Motivacija with that multi-layer defense was that, well, they had too many layers that was spread out too far. Essentially, the 260s were getting picked up with not really a lot of the other tanks, with the VK-72s in the back, or the Ho-Ri even, to be able to properly support. So those 260s kind of free picks for the team of W, and then I think W also on their own cap with that STRV. Like, if the STRV is not there, the E100s get overpushed, and we're talking about an entirely different game. But W, or Frugo maybe as the caller, completely aware of that possibility, putting that STRV in place. And then I think the straw that broke the camel's back was that essentially Motivacija didn't have any tanks on the 1-2 line that they could use to aggress that STRV, push him out of position, because if you're able to do that, then all of a sudden the E100s fall, and then, you know, it's playable. But yeah, as it stands, W are now in the driver's seat of the match, 2-1 for them, match point already. And now it all comes back to this first Himmelsdorf round. Well, if they win that one, it's 3-0 and the match is over already.
Well, you got to live in the present, right, and focus on the here and now. And here and now, it is survival or you're out for Motivacija in this lower bracket elimination match. W on match point, now going on to their attacking round of Fisherman's Bay. And I think Motivacija in that last round, if they wanted that 260 play to work out, they might have needed the map developers to just delete a couple of buildings so the crossfire angles were opened up for their teammates.
Well, let's see. Motivacija with their backs against the wall, but realistically they've been like that since the start of the playoffs, because they did start in the lower bracket, but so far they haven't faced against any match points. The match against Aurora, I believe, was a 3-1 victory for them. But W seems to be carved from a different kind of material altogether than Aurora, and so far posing the biggest threat, the biggest challenge for the team of Motivacija. I think W also in the groups went out ahead of Motivacija. So the trend, at least right now, is looking good for the team in white, but they need to confirm this with one more round on the board, and they're going to switch it up quite heavily, because now they are going to bring an EBR, an Ho-Ri, a VK-72, a Type 71, double E5, then a host of 279s, that is 6 of them, double 260, and an I7.
Motivacija, meanwhile, are going with double IS7, double mouse, then we've got 5 260s, double G79, double E5, a Ho-Ri, and again a Phoenix, so they're liking that pick. The Phoenix, of course, does have a clip though, and although you mentioned that it's got like good pen, the fact that it has a clip and such a long reload, if he doesn't manage to connect those shots, or all of the shots in the clip, then it's essentially an AFK tank which is out of the game. So going to be keeping a keen eye on his clip potential. Mentos actually gets blinded as he goes up into the bush there. They do spot out Brainbreaker in the IS-7 crossing, who takes a little bit of damage, but I think that's HP you're more than willing to trade. It's much better to get the EBR down low HP in the early round here, and Motivatia, of course, they're not playing with an EBR in this round, so Mentos is really going to be let off the leash in this one, and we know how aggressive he can be.
Yeah, as the tanks of Motivatia are now starting to settle a little bit. Double mouse by Motivatia this time at the house that we saw the heroic stand of the E100s by W last round. The HP obviously going to be in favor of Motivatia, playing a little bit heavier, no EBR as well. That's just how it is. But yeah, Mentos is, I think, going to be the playmaker in that EBR, because realistically he has kind of free play in it right now. Tarxic, though, crossing over the open and does take 1500 for his troubles. That is a lot of HP spent to get into a position where I'm not sure how safe he's going to be if the counter push by Motivatia wants to get him out. That being said, counter push is ongoing on that one line. The 260s by Motivatia committing in.
Yeah, they are pushing down the one line, and that is going to trigger W to run away because they do not have the guns to hold this push. Fly and Clerf going to be backing off. They're going to go into that K2 corner. They don't critically have anyone covering from behind in K7, which is really where you'd love the Ho-Ri to be. And he's going to try and go for it, but the Ho-Ri's not the fastest tank. It doesn't have great camo either, so he may or may not get deleted here. Just going to keep paying attention to that as W look to over-push the middle. They're also pushing in towards the city. They found the Phoenix, and baby, he finds out all right. He takes the brunt of that damage.
Yeah, indeed, and the Phoenix continues to clip out on the 279 as now the push by Motivatia is going to start hitting like a truck. Fly in that Ho-Ri does get spotted and almost gets deleted down towards 217. He goes down towards the grave, and Motivatia now with the possibility to overpush in the southwestern part. They do have the numbers, they do have the advantage, and they're absolutely pressing it. The focus fire not the best, but Ali about to go down. Clerf probably not long to follow, and they're not focusing Kono simply because he doesn't have DPM. The southwestern corner is going to get one for the team in pink, and then they're going to have crossfire in towards the middle.
Yeah, and there's a lot of HP on Kono, which is about to get chewed up right now, and that's going to mean the HP lead for Motivatia is pretty significant, about 5-6k at this point in time, and W, they don't really have any positions to speak of. The map is kind of split down the middle, but W, at the moment, they don't actually have anyone in spawn to stop these guys from Motivatia from driving through. They do have Mentos in the EBR, but it's all very well and good to spot them, but you don't actually have anyone to shoot.
Yeah, indeed. Now the middle has kind of stabilized, but that is just because Motivatia doesn't feel a need to press the advantage right now, and if push comes to shove, they're even defending, but I don't think they're going to wait for that long, because right now they are 5k HP up. The only ace up W's sleeve is currently Mentos in that EBR, but there is only so much that one-wheeled light tank can do in a battle like this. He's currently in the south, spotting out the tanks by Motivatia to prevent them from pushing further. Baby actually with a good kill on towards IZ, but that doesn't fundamentally change the situation right now, and that is that Motivatia is up in guns and up in HP, but Liberty caught out completely in the open. Not sure what he was trying to achieve with that 260 there. Is going to take shots by Ios and Nepal in those E5s, and those obviously do have very, very good guns that should make short work. Well, one of them bounces, but it doesn't matter as Ios sets him on fire, so all of a sudden Motivatia is starting to throw tanks away. I mean, they're still up in basically everything, but if they continue, that's not the best thing.
There was definitely a miscommunication between the guys from Motivatia of what they wanted to do there, because Liberty definitely wanted to YOLO down the K-line and expected the rest of the guys to go with him, but he got hung out to dry. Unfortunately, did not listen to the call, or maybe just made a solo play and expected everyone to go with him, but that is 2 steps they kill from W that they need to get back into this game. They killed the 279 in mid. They got Liberty for free as well. Now they're farming on towards Rambo. It's still going to be a very difficult uphill battle, and Mentos is going to have to do so much work. This is the prime battle for Mentos to do a classic masterclass right now, but again, it's still a very long way to go to try and open this defense from Motivatia, who have no obligation to do anything as the defending team. Mentos now making his way up through the bushes. He's going to try and look to find Squeezy. It's going to be very difficult to do so. He's also actually just going to double bush and try and shoot for himself, but EBR with that pen, it's not the greatest, and he's going to really struggle to pen a mouse.
I mean, Rambo with 5 HP, that's an intuition away from an HE kill, and indeed he does load HE, but he only hits the track of Rambo. Really disappointing. There was also an HE by Baby, currently missing him. Rambo there, more like Neo in the Matrix at the moment, avoiding, but here comes the kill shot by Mentos. So that is the third unanswered kill that's now coming through, but I think there is one more thing that we need to keep track of, and that is the time, 3 minutes 38. Mentos is now going into the cap, so he is going to start to put passive pressure on towards the team of Motivatia that need to somehow spot out that light tank, and that is obviously always the problem, because as it stands, Motivatia doesn't have any mediums, doesn't have any lights, so no one that could possibly mount a CBS, and I don't think any of the heavy tanks, or the Hori for that matter, have optics.
Yeah, and I think the problem is that Squeezy is going to be definitely having a lot of HP, which means that he can YOLO through A3, and that EBR, it does have a lot of camo, but the cap is very, very close, so Squeezy doesn't have to drive too far of a distance to spot the EBR. So if you're Mentos in this situation, realistically what you want to happen is you want to spot the first guy who tries to go into reset, which is Barbarian. So I would expect Mentos to try and bail out from the cap, because there is still more time here to go for a second cap attempt, but you cannot cap if your EBR is dead. But at the moment, he's still holding for it. 30 seconds left on the cap now. They find the kill on towards Frugo, who perhaps overextended a little bit, trying to stop Barbarian from making any more progress. And Mentos is just dancing in the bush line, and he gets spotted out. This is what I was afraid of. It's so close in A3 that Brainbreaker really didn't have to cross that much open ground in order to spot the EBR, and I think the timing of Mentos just went out of the bush at that exact moment that Brainbreaker crossed towards him. And now what the W do? They don't have anyone else who can cap. They don't have a second EBR up their sleeve. And the HP is still in favor of Motivatia as well. And with 1 minute 50 left on the cap, what the W do?
Well, they're pressured into a desperate attempt to break open the defense that Motivatia have here right now. But with Baby falling, Nepal taking more damage, you can see Lip also on a 2-shot. Once needs to approach the mouse, but there is something in the back lines that is still full HP, and those are Squeezy and Positive with the E5 and the Hori respectively. Although, you have to say it, slowly but surely, Motivatia is dropping guns everywhere, but they still have the 4,000 HP advantage for the first time in this game. W are going to be up a gun, but that doesn't matter when the tanks of Itox and Nepal, both of them at 100 HP. Ios might be able to solo Diavol here, but that one has the HP advantage, and now also both of them are going to have the reload boost, as they're both low HP, but Diavol is able to save the day here in the south for Motivatia, and that means that W probably are out of steam at this point. They are not going to crack the defense of Moti.
No, but look at this. They're making a desperate rotation. They're going to try and put 279s on the cap. I don't think this is going to work. With only 40 seconds left in the game, only a couple of resets need to come in from the side of Motivatia. Got a 279 of Lavilliard just trying to push forwards, trying to get to a power position, but I don't think he's going to be allowed to do so. Squeezy, 340 heat in that tier 1 1085. He's not going to have too many problems of penetrating. The cap is on, though, with 20 seconds left. There just needs to be one more reset coming in, and that should do it. There we go. For Motivatia, who will be tying up this game. And it got a bit close. It got closer than it perhaps should have been. But there's
I think some miscommunication by the team of Motivatia, dropping a few tanks that realistically they shouldn't have. But by that point in time, they had just, gotten so much of an advantage that it didn't end up mattering. It got kind of close, but yeah, as soon as Mentos was dead, that was basically the game. There was no comeback option available there anymore. Save for maybe if the if the 279 of Laveliard Amorex maybe squeezy, then there are no spots on the cap, something like that. But that is such an off possibility that we might as well discard it. And yeah, talking about Laveliard, he was doing really well for his team, but it just was not enough because the opening by Motivacja just catching W with their pants down.
Yeah, and more specifically, Fly. Fly is the key problem here for W. The T goes down in the high re. Laveliard doing 4.9 in a 279, that's all very well and good, but you don't want the 279 to farm. You want the high re to farm, and Positive definitely did that for Motivacja doing 5.2, and I mentioned it like in real time during the game. The high re, it's not actually that fast, and it doesn't have great camo. I think perhaps what W should have done, because it was so borderline whether Fly made it into safety, I think what they should have done is try to boost him with the 260 and maybe even the EBR, because the EBR wouldn't get spotted while running away in the middle of the open. Just do anything within your power to try and boost that Hori to safety, because he is so vital to covering those guys on the K line.
Well, as it stands, both of the maps are going to get split 1-1 all even, and this means we are indeed headed towards a tiebreaker. And the side choice was up to W, and they picked defense.
I was
the biggest of surprise.
I was about to say, I just realized what the map is as tiebreaker, and some of the viewers may know Miravanka has become notorious as one of the most ungodly camps to try and break in the game right now. So whoever got to pick the side is very, very important, and W have the fastest round win, or attack win, rather, which means they get to pick the defense. Will they actually camp is a question. I expect so, because Miravanka defense, breaking that camp is so incredibly hard. It's way more difficult than the Karelia one.
Well, let's see. Those are all questions that are going to get answered rather soon, because I think we're less than 3 minutes away from what is definitely going to be the last round for one of the teams in the tournament, because, well, these are the deep and dark trenches of the lower bracket. There is no coming back from a defeat here, and I think this is why it's also okay to give just a little bit more time for either team to prepare. They didn't know they were going to play Moravanka. They didn't know which side they were going to play. They will obviously have something prepared, but I think, yeah, what you said holds true. The defender on Moravanka kind of decides the pace of the game, because they can completely, set up the tent and park the bus, just completely go all out camp. They can also play aggressively, and they obviously have the choice of doing anything in between all of those things. So for the attacker, it's always trying to find the balance in between enough heavy meat to be able to break camp, but also play light enough that, if the defender actually tries to take map control, you don't insta-lose.
Yeah, it's very tricky from the attacking side if it is in fact a camp that we're going to see, because there's a couple of ways that you can break it down, but equally the defending side has options that they can use in order to counter the counter, really, and it's a very tricky situation when you get all of those positions hold down on the red line, covering your spawn, covering your base. It's just a very, very tough situation for the attacking side. Of course, it is also possible that they won't camp, but frankly, I would be shocked if W do not camp.
Well, let's see. Lineups, Morph. We do have double EBR, double Type 71, and that is triple 260 and 8 IS7s. That doesn't really look like a camping lineup to me.
No, it doesn't, and it looks like they are going for the non-camping play, and that could be the case that they expected Motivacja to think that they would camp. So Motivacja perhaps have taken a lineup that's designed to break a camp a bit more. The mouse could be something that is part of that plan, but that's kind of out of the water. It's not in question anymore. What we're going to see here, it's not going to be a camp from W. Two EBRs, very aggressive in the forest. He's got to be careful though. Miku might overcommit. He might take a shot from Beast if he's shooting well. In his IS-7 he does miss the shot, but it's a very tricky one to hit, and Miku is living dangerously right now, but he has cleared a lot of the map for W and given them quite a bit of info, and Motivatio are not going to be too happy about that the jig is up. They realize that it's only really one IS-7 over here on the map. I mean, it's possible that there's more sitting deep in the K line, but Miku would know also that he's not getting shot by very many tanks from that part.
Yeah, and the IS-7 does aggress further. Beast, that is, he already takes a shot of damage. Good shot by Klurf as well into the E5 of Squeezy. And as it stands right now, Motivatio, after a bit over a minute of gameplay, already locked in kind of a problematic position because Beast does get tracked here by Mentos. Probably not the best shot and best decision to take by him. Has to back away now as Beast gets double peaked by Laveliard and Kono down towards 1400, but we do see Motivatio have done a rotation. There is a double 260 and a few more in the back to back it up as Kono starts to feel that minus 1400, but Beast all of a sudden down towards one shot, contemplates going towards the water, but I think Laveliard is going to peak it and is going to get first blood.
Yeah, that's not too bad of a trade for W. Kono was under a bit of pressure there, but Beast just kind of trying to sell the fake, I guess, and maybe went up a bit too early because his team was not quite in position to support him there. Now we've got a rotation from W across the A line, across through their base. Barbarian now pushing up, and he's, again, it feels like they're trying to sell the fake, trying to pump up their chest and like pop their shoulders out and say, hey look, we've got here a lot more guns, and Miku gets spotted out somehow, some way. Miku has lost significant HP. Is he going to be surviving? It doesn't look like anyone's got a clean shot on him, so he is going to be able to get out of there, but a very, very close one for him. And the double 260, again, they're just so aggressive here that they don't really have the support of anyone else on the team. Motivatio rotating in now. You can see the 260s moving across the map, but I think W, if they go here right now, they could close out this match.
Well, let's see. Barbarian and Shelby, those are the two tanks that we need to watch out for. How soon are they going to explode? Because the W tanks have arrived and they have been spotted, so all of a sudden the jig is up. Both teams are going to exactly know what is transpiring here. Frugo, the team captain, the first one into the fray, and he does get the ram onto the 260, but Motivatio is here with a lot of tanks. All of a sudden, a lot of firepower as well. Shelby Walk is going to be the next focus for the team of W that are just driving past him. They want to get to the other 260s as well, but look on the red line, there is an STRV by Motivatio positioned, and W is bleeding heavily.
They are bleeding heavily. They are now safe from the STRV, however, and they are getting O-picked on the corner. They pick up the kill on Shelby, and that is the crossfire remove. That's going to unleash them to keep peeking in towards these 260s on the corner. These 260s needs to back up. They need to reverse right now so that their STRV can actually give them some covering fire here as Klurf goes in, and they got Rex now to shield them from the STRV as well, and they're just going to keep pressing the W key. They are going to live by the motto of their team's name and push forwards here. Akko is going to be the next one to fall. W still with the HP advantage, and look at the guns in the game key. That is the key factor here. Motivatio have thrown away so many guns, and W are keeping them all alive, and they've still got these E5s locked in here with them. The E5s are not going to be able to escape. The STRV has to go crazy right now with the DPM, and Inspire ability from Onslaught would be going quite some way, but Rambo is now spotted as well. There's not really anyone from W to try and delete this guy right now. W perhaps overcommitting into the E5s here. It's not quite going to plan. Klurf is going to fall because he's in the open for the STRV. The double E5s holding strong from Motivatio here. The mouse has fallen in the forest, who is just completely a no man's land, and as the dust settles, we've still got 5 minutes left to play with here, and the double E5 have held strong. They've held strong here, but double EBR to play with for W. Significant HP and a gun lead too.
And and the gun lead too, but the thing is the STRV is still surviving on a one-shot here. Baby now in that 260 has arrived as well, was finally able to deal with the mouse here, and now Baby should be the one actually brawling the E5s, obviously with that cupola. That is the thing keeping them back, and the hatches do get a penetrated squeezy down towards a one-shot as well. Liberty on 66 HP, and that is a possible HE one-shot, and you said a double EBR still available, and W with 6,700 HP remaining against the mere 2k from Motivacja. Surely this is unthrowable.
They're also defending, which is pretty handy for W. They can just chill, and they don't actually. Once again, I like to keep saying this: defending team, they don't actually have to do anything. They can just sit pretty with this advantage. They don't need to make any unnecessary overpeaks. We've got 4 minutes left on the clock for this one to just simmer away. They found IZ in the IS-7, who was trying to make a trip through the north of the map, trying to get something going, but it's not going to be Motivatzia's day. W, there were a couple of trips and mistakes along the way which allowed Motivacja to make this game a lot closer than it perhaps ought to have been. But that also speaks to the class of Motivacja. HE shells coming out as they try to find the kill on Wars Liberty. Miku finds the kill on Positive, a little bit living dangerously. That's Mentos there. Again, of course, being aggressive as always as they look to find this final kill. Baby facing off against his former teammate in Liberty. It's going to be Fly who picks up the kill. This game, it was only best of 5 key, but it felt like a marathon.
Absolutely. This match was a pleasure to watch, and obviously congratulations for W for making it. But after a best of 5 like this, the question is obviously how much is left in the tank at this point. I mean, you know, heartbreak on Himmelsdorf 1, then they get back on Himmelsdorf 2, then, you know, kind of heartbreak as well for either team really on Fisherman's Bay that gets split, and here in the tiebreaker, I think it was really the mind games coming out by W, just not camping and instead opting with a very, very aggressive defense, and in the end beating Motivacja on the rotations. Because realistically, like at some point, Motivacja was down a lot of HP. W, that is. But the amount of guns in the game and in the fight just was what did it for the team of W here. So congratulations. And they, with this, secure bronze fists for themselves, as they are going to go into towards the loser brackets final. But to be honest, we say loser brackets final. W certainly are not feeling like losers right now. And also the SGRV, I would have expected for Rambo to do a little bit more here.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, once the IS-7s got into the initial dip, the STRV doesn't actually have the shots, and of course he got spotted out, which made it even more complicated for him. The thing that confuses me, though, is given that Miku went so aggressive with the EBR and cleared that entire half of the map, the fake from Beast, or moving up early to try and sell this fake that they've actually got more in the forest than they actually had, like, W isn't going to fall for that because they already got the info that there wasn't the guns in the forest from Motivacja. But enough of that. W win it in tiebreaker just about, and we're going to have a rematch from the upper bracket match. It's going to be Indel against W. We've already had 2 fantastic matches today. We've got 2 more to come.
Indeed. Indel and W once again are going to face it off, and it's pretty crazy to see this kind of a stacked lower bracket, because we just saw a match that could have been a grand final, like W versus Motivacja. We are now going to see a match that could be a final, Invil against W, and they went to tiebreaker, although, mind you, in the upper bracket match, if that had also been a best of 5, then it would have looked entirely different, because there, Invil went 3-0, then W came back to make it 3-3, and then, you know, Invil tiebreakers on Sand River. Normally, they don't lose those.
Because it's a lower bracket final, it's also a best of 5, correct?
Yes.
If I'm wrong. So it's a very short and sweet, but it burns brightly and you're very fast. These matches, But Motivatia against W has already proven that, no matter what the format, no matter how many games, hopefully we're still going to get a banger. And Invil, can they clap W once more? They were on the rampage in that upper bracket match against them. W showed a bit of form. Again, eventually Invil were able to get it over the line. But Rix, of course, completely upset the script. They were the team that caused all of this chaos to happen, and that's why we've got Invil against W in this lower bracket final. We will see who will face Rix in that grand final in the match coming up, but first we're going to go to some replays.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the lower bracket finals, where we have a rematch of W against Invil. They have reached this point in the lower bracket, and they're going to be facing it off in a quick old best of 5 against one another. W coming off of the match that they just played against Motivacja, which was a crazy one.
Yeah, and that's the downside of playing in the lower bracket, right? Is that you got to play these games back to back to back. It's a long road to recovery. These two teams, they played the first match in the upper bracket, then they went their separate ways, but they have reunited together in match 7 of the day, and they're going to battle it out and decide which of them gets to face the challenge that is Rix in that grand final.
Will either of the two teams be able to challenge Rix is a good question, Moff. We are not just there yet. Last time around, Invil took 3 rounds against W, after which W took 3, and then they lost in a tiebreaker. If a similar story was to happen here, W would lose 3-0.
Yes, you cannot afford to have a sleepy start in the best of 5 format. You've got to be ready to go right now, and at least from W's point of view, they should definitely be warmed up, because that previous match, that was quite the warm-up routine.
Oh, for sure. It was indeed quite the warm-up routine. Motivacja and W going toe-to-toe, not giving an edge to each other. Even Amorovanka could really have gone anything. It's interesting. But that was then, this is now. Would you rather be W or Invil in this situation, Domov?
Invil, 100%, all the time. Because the difference, we always talk about the difference between upper and lower bracket, but Invil, it's not like they're cold. They did just play a best of 7 match earlier today against Rix, so they're ready to go, and they haven't had to just immediately jump from one game to the next. We're looking at the W lineup here. Of course, a lot of these players in that 7v7 team that won the OLS 2, and they will be looking to try and replicate any success they can. We've got some key players here that have come over from other teams, though. We've got Rizek, who is going to be in one of the brand new teams coming into the OLS next season. He's going to be a part of Lotus. They also brought back Baby into the fold. They took him back into their welcoming arms after he took a trip over to the Ukrainian side of the water tanks community. They've also got Mentos, which was a pretty huge pickup, right? Mentos is renowned for being one of the top EBR players, so the fact that W was able to get him, Mentos actually was supposed to be playing for Motivacja after he left the Invil 15v15 team, but something went wrong there. Maybe something didn't quite click between the guys in that team, and he found himself in W, but a lot of top players that they managed to kind of fell into their lap, really.
For sure. Now, W is up another bronze fist. No, it's their first bronze fist if they lose this MOV. They know what to do.
Yes, that would be a new height for them, and I'm sure you will be keen to remind them of that fact. But of course, you know...
Listen, in my whole life, MOV, I've never gotten a bronze fist. I don't have one.
Poor you.
It's awful.
It is truly a tragedy. Invil have 2 of them themselves, and that was during the period where Invil was really starting to pick up steam, and they had similar problems to what W has experienced in recent history, is that they couldn't quite get it over the line. They couldn't punch above and break through that glass ceiling, but they've gone above and beyond since then, picking up 9 tournament wins, and we will keep banging this message home. Call me Piotr and Monster. They are looking for that triple diamond fist badge, which looks oh so sweet in-game next to your name, and they'll be looking to get that. Both of these teams motivated to beat each other and want to play against Rix in that grand final.
Now, community predictions, 58% in favor of Invil. I'm going to put you on the spot already, Moff. What did you predict?
I went 3-2 for W. And I don't know if that's just blind faith or whatever, but I think the way that the first match went between these two teams, Invil really caught them off guard, right? Invil was on the rampage early on in that best of 7 match they played earlier on, but then something kind of switched after a while. W were able to stabilize, they were able to turn it back around and take it all the way to tiebreaker. And I just get the impression that W are going to be more ready for this match than they were the first time around.
Mapping and bans will be pretty important here as well to what we're going to see in this best of 5. Cliff banned by W, no surprise. Fisherman's Bay by Invil seems to be their permaban in a way. Moff, they've been banning it quite often. Prokhorovka then by W, Karelia by Invil. That gives us Live Oaks as the very first one.
Yeah, and these two teams played against Live Oaks, played on Live Oaks before, so we're going to have a repeat of that lineup. And we didn't really touch on it too much in the first match that these two teams played, but Invil always used to permaban Live Oaks. They never ever wanted to play it. So why the change?
I don't know, maybe they just like Fisherman's Bay less, but they're going to have to play it. Last time they won 2-0 against W, no?
They did.
It was those 2 quick pushes.
Yeah, it was the two quick pushes in IS-7s. Very, very simple gameplay, really, and just catching W with their pants down. They were not prepared at all for all of those IS-7s YOLOing towards them.
And if we do happen to get their Sand River tiebreaker, we've seen that before as well.
Yep, and that was critical before. It was critical before who had the fastest round win, and that meant that Invil were able to pick the eastern spawn, and W made this sort of helpless push over the K line. They just got absolutely slaughtered. However, in the previous two matches today, we've seen Sand River being played, and both teams won from the western spawn. So this 1-1 nature, maybe it's not as powerful as we think.
Although it's a bit different when you're in a tiebreaker, though, you know?
Yes, the intensity is definitely turned up quite a bit.
Seeing all this, seeing the maps, you want to stick to your 3-2 prediction in favor of W?
I mean, I've got to now. It's locked in, right? You've got to have faith in what you predicted based on the map pick and bans. But again, I think it will ultimately just come. It will come down to that last Sand River, or I certainly hope it does, because I really want to see these two teams tango. I want to see them go head to head.
This would be one of the finals you could expect before the tournament starts. However, it's happening in the lower bracket, which is always an interesting thing by itself. Because if you ask people before the tournament what are the finals you are most likely to be seeing, I think they would say something like Invil Motivacija, Invil W, something like this.
I mean, if you want to look at it like that, technically we've already had 3
finals,
sort of three Phantom Grand Finals already in this contest. We had W against Motivacija. Now we've got a repeat of Invil against W as well. And I'll say it again, Ricks really have thrown a spanner in the works and to the plans and desires of the other 3 top teams here, which leaves them in this lower bracket final.
I wonder what kind of Invil we're going to see. Last time they played against W, it was all-out aggression. It worked the beginning. It worked in the beginning. And then it decided not to go that well for the next 3 rounds after that. Will they change it up, you think?
On the one hand, you could say, why change a winning formula? On the other hand, maybe you want to mix it up a bit, throw some curveballs in, like we saw Ricks do. They picked Karelia, and that really worked out for them in their matchup against Invil. So if you play, and we've seen W make some unorthodox sort of gamble plays as well. We saw them fake playing on the bottom side on Himmelsdorf, and then they went up the hill with multiple VKs. So potentially we're going to see that kind of vibe again, some mind games from W. As for the aggression from Invil, I mean, it's not always worked for them in the past. It took them a while for them to perfect that formula, but I think they found a balance between knowing what smart aggression is and what reckless aggression is.
We can say, though, that I think Invil has been missing Mentos predictions, though. Moff and myself going for 3-2 for W. Kihan going for 3-2 for Invil shows that we're not sure about what's going to happen here.
No, not in the slightest. is a flip-flop. It could go either way, 50-50 straight down the middle. Community predictions suggest that as well. I think everyone's community is going slightly in favor of Invil, and I don't blame them. The history is definitely on Invil's side. They have the pedigree, the winning mentality.
So how do we think this live is going to play out? 1-1, 2-0?
I don't know. I can't predict the future. I'm curious whether W are going to play the E100s again. That's what I'm wondering, because the E100s last time, they were just completely out of the game, and Invil just completely circumvented. They completely managed to avoid them altogether.
Now, I'm just wondering what we're going to be seeing coming out from either of these two teams. To be honest, I am not sure, but I am excited to see these teams kick it off and what kind of live oaks they have in store for us. Maybe a good old camp. Probably not, though.
Probably not. The Live Oaks camp is something that is possible if you want, but I think between these two teams, I think they're both too good to fall for the camp, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of as well. Lineups coming in for round 1 between W and Invil. 8 IS-7s for W, double E5, triple to 60, and a double EBR.
Meanwhile, Invil are also bringing double EBR. They've also got double 279. Then they've got a lot of IS-7s. That is 9 IS-7s, then double 260s. So still sticking with their winning formula that we've seen before, but this time they're not bringing the STRVs.
No STRVs indeed, just more brawl orientated, but W as well though, Moff. They are not bringing a single STRV or any TD either, which is something I think we faulted them for before, that they had a lot of TDs and they couldn't really do much with them. They seem to have listened to this.
Perhaps, and maybe they've overreacted going in the opposite direction, because having one Ho-Ri or one STRV is certainly powerful. Ooh, there we go. And again, it's his signature aggression. He loves going for these cheeky plays. He's going all the way down the A-line. Handbrake turn into the bush. Oh, you'd love to see it. As an EBR racer, I love to see that. The handbrake turn into the bush. He's going to have his tank facing in the opposite direction, so he can run away on time. Let's see if this catches out Monster. Monster, not too shabby in EBR himself. He's overtaken the responsibility of the main EBR player since Mentos's departure. Are they going to go head-to-head? Monster trying to sniff out where this EBR is. I don't think he realizes how close Mentos is. He's probably going to spot him out, but Mentos gets spotted in return as well, and I think Monster is going to be the safer of the two, because Mentos, he can't really leave now. Surely Invil aren't going to stop, but never mind, W aren't stopping either. They're pushing straight in towards them, completely blindsided by that with the tunnel vision on the EBR 1v1s. W pushing in towards the Invil positions, but Invil are very prepared for this. They've got their whole team here.
Gono is the first one. He's down towards the one shot already. Now Frugo as the team captain coming in. The rest of the tanks overloading the position. Ketsai pulling back behind his teammates. The red blob moving forward to shield, to face, to come face to face with it. Frugo falls. Baby will be next. The E5s are not in position for this from the side of W. Invil up 5,000 already, and it's a good old fashion brawl here. Currently W has more tanks though in that position. The E5 is getting repushed as well. That 260 under of Nepal. The kills going left, right and everywhere, but still it's a significant lead for Invil. 5,000 HP by that initial volley, and they seem to be even winning this A0 part of the map, as Ali, Nepal and the other E5 are trying to win the other part of the map. It is not gonna matter if they can't win A0. It seems like Invil has done a really good brawl here initially and came back just in time to face the magic, to face this push as well. Was able to shield a little bit better, brawl a little bit better as well. And looking at it now, it does seem that indeed Invil is starting to edge ahead on this A0 pocket, where the fight will be decided. Only 4 tanks left standing for W and 4 from Invil, but the Invil tanks are just healthier across the board, Moff.
Yes, they do have the HP advantage. We had gridlock there for a moment as all the tanks just jammed in towards each other, but the angry red tanks, Invil, they knew exactly what was up. They rotated perfectly into position, and you mentioned that first volley, it really did make all the difference, and then after that, Invil just able to convert the advantage that they've got. the 1v1, the A0 brawl though, it's still a 2v2 here. The HP still, of course, in favor of Rexar and Comrade. Now make that a 2 versus 1. And once the Veliard falls, we're going to see what W really have left across the map. Both of their EBRs are still alive, but Invil also have double EBR left alive, so there's no advantage there.
It was a very, very aggressive move from W. I think if they were like a few seconds earlier off, it would have worked out for them, but they weren't. Maybe they could have taken a slightly faster pathing because Invil just about reached position right again. And this was all of the back of Mentos' initial spot, right? But they also had Mentos very deep. They could have covered him. They could have spotted the rotations. There's a lot of things there that W could have done that they opted not to do. Went for the straight push. It gets punished. Invil picks up round number 1.
They certainly do just fly left to fall here, and I think that sets the tone for the rest of this match, really. W just trying to brute force their way into the spawn of Invil, and Invil meeting them in every sense, just completely shutting it down. Very strong start for Invil. W, not the start they would have wanted.
No, and yeah, like Mentos goes so far, spots that there's nobody holding A0. They're like, we can push this, but Invil brings back, I guess, just the right amount to face the music. And also an important factor is that the E5 was covering the base for W. They were not in position to cover this north push. And you talked about that TD, a Hori or an STRV or anything on that little hill could have been very, very detrimental to either of the two teams. If W had something there, he could have done thousands upon thousands.
Potentially, but if Button maybe will not save that round for them, it is Invil's for the taking, and they will take the early lead here in this best of 5 match, and every round is so much more important because it is the best of 5. If Invil win the next round, it's already going to be match point for them. Profuse coming top damage for his team, but most of the tanks doing some pretty decent damage spread across the board for Invil as they were able to keep so many of their guns alive for so long. Just a really good team effort there. No one really doing a standout performance.
No, just across the board, nobody really faltering or making mistakes. Well, you see on the W side, you have 3 tanks with 1 or 2 shots of damage. Kono, Frugo, and Baby as well. It's not what you want to see, right? And also keep in mind, of course, that the real DPM of that team, the E5s, were never really involved in that fight.
No, and the E5s, if they could have just teleported, that would have been fantastic for W. If they could just drop the E5s in the middle of that fight, because we know the E5 loves these kind of brawls, but just unable to affect the game, really. And we'll move on to the next round. Teams will swap spawns. I cannot actually remember which is the attacking side on Liveoaks, because they swapped it around a couple of times.
Bottom left is the attacking spawn.
Yeah, so Invil this time are going to be on the attack, W on the defense. Does that really change a lot? Probably not, because we don't expect W to camp.
No, we do not expect a camp to come out. But yeah, if this is the pace of the match, Moff, we're going to be at a possible tiebreaker very quickly.
We could arrive at that destination in a very timely manner, but equally, I think the closeness of these two teams, at least one of these rounds, I expect to slow down and have some sort of endgame, but who knows?
I mean, there is a lot of possibilities here for many things to go either way. It was a very quick and aggressive round from W. It didn't end up working. However, that doesn't say it won't work in the next one.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. W looking to take back a round from Invil here and tie up the score 1-1. This time, they are going to be bringing a Hori, again rocking the double EBR. Invil also bringing double EBR, but they've got double K91. What do you prefer, double K91 or a Hori?
Hori. Which is what W has. They have the Hori, they have the WBR 279, they have 7 to 60s, and then 4 IS7s.
And a lot of IS7s on Invil as well, coupled together with 3 260s. We've got Jackie and Monster double EBR both going towards the south. They're going to try and catch out Miku early on here in the 2 versus 1 situation. Miku going to be under pressure early on. We've got a bit of a split from W, which could be problematic because the 279, the Hori, they're not in the most optimal positions at the moment to cover their guys going towards the south. And Invil, they're going there with the entire team.
Yeah, W only sending a limited amount of tanks. This is a very reminiscent of the last time these two teams played this out here. And W this time around will have to bail from this part of the map again. Last time, Invil straight up pushed them with everybody and just overran them. And Moff, I'm having this deja vu feeling right now.
Yeah, it's definitely deja vu. And Fly, the most important tank in this battle right now, he needs to get into the corner. Right now, there is a fire on towards Yoz in his 260 as he tries to scramble away from this position. W, they do have a lot of guns here, but Invil still have a significant advantage. The rest of W are scrambling across the map to try and get into some more decent positions to cover their team, but Invil is going in for the push. They are going in for the kill. They're going to focus out Baby first in his 260. DJ pushing past beyond towards the buildings. They're going to try and take cover and keep their guns alive. It's complete chaos here as W look to try and re-push forwards into the dip because Invil may have actually overcommitted. They sent about 4 or 5 guns here, and so somehow W, it looks like quite an even fight right now.
HP even, but the guns are already becoming a little bit of a problem for W. They need to find a few kills here in quick succession. The K91 now moving in as well to get some crossfire out, but Lip finds one on Conrad, and Splatty bites the dust in return. Profuse down towards the one shot as well. Ali now coming in with the 279. The EBR is getting engaged as well. And now you see that DPM of that K91 starting to pump. Franex in position. Now W needs to jump once more over the ridge back into their own territory, pick up DJ, and then try to reset the fight. Lip will not make it whatsoever, and the guns is still a big problem for this W lineup right now. Ali in the 279 will be fine on the top part. Miku finds a good shot there onto Marcel from the distance as well with an EBR. Not an easy one whatsoever, but I don't think that the boys from Invil are about to stop yet again. They're bringing their own EBRs back in. Monster Chucky now getting involved in the fight as well. 3,000 lead, tank lead as well. Fly finds a kill though, but Invil's trading it out like they're supposed to do. They find another, and it's just Nepal and Ali left as the holding force. And again, deja vu this time around. W trying again to hold this 0 line. The success was closer, but it will not be found as Invil on Live Oaks show these quick pushes. And what happened once happened again. 2-0 for Invil on Live Oaks.
It was a much closer affair compared to the previous one on this map when these two teams faced off before. But just a quick shout out to Monster and Jackie though, just harassing constantly in the EBRs. Ali had that powerful position on top of the rails in his 279, but he could not hold it. The EBRs were just flanking him. EBRs were just constantly shooting. They were always farming the whole time, and EBR might not have the greatest EPM, but if it's constantly in the fight and constantly getting shots and being ignored, then that damage does add up.
Yeah, and the Hori, I mean, the Hori is the Hori. He probably did a good amount of damage, but yet again, they're getting pushed by Invil, who's just winning at that brawl, but also same story as yesterday. More tanks into the fight immediately.
Yep, and the thing about the Hori is, like, as good as it is, look at Franek doing 6.14 kills as well. Fantastic job there in that K91. As good as the Hori is, and we're singing the praises of the tank, it is yet another gun that's not in the immediate fight, which means that's HP that's out of the game. He also couldn't shoot help focus fire onto the guns in the immediate fight because he could only shoot what was directly in front of him. Clef doing just one shot of damage, first tank focused out, always going to be tricky there. I want to see what the EBR comparison is. We can see that Miku and Mentos did about 1k respectively. I want to see how much more Jackie and Monster potentially did. Hori doing 5.2, but again, it's kind of irrelevant damage.
It is kind of irrelevant altogether. Anyways, good stuff there for Invil on Live Oaks. Now we're going into Moravanka, and W has to somehow win this 2-0.
They do, and that is a very, very tricky thing to achieve as well. And I mentioned it in the previous match, it didn't actually end up happening, but the camp is truly formidable on Moravanka. So will Invil take the plunge? Will they take that gamble and go for the camp? I don't know. I mean, Invil, they've shown both sides really. They can camp if they want to, but I don't
Might
know
not
about...
be a bad moment to try it, though.
It might not be a bad moment to try it. Especially because it's not expected based on your team's playstyle. W should be prepared for it at least, but the Invul could catch them off guard with this.
Oh, for sure, Moff. For sure. This is always something to watch out for, and especially this kind of change of pace that Invul could do if they opt for it. Go very defensive. I think could be interesting.
Yeah, and I think the change of pace could be actually quite off-putting mentally for the players, because you've got like this really fast and furious, it's just all go, 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 go. And now if Invul just take a breather and they just slow it down, it can be quite frustrating to deal with if you're W.
100%. If Invul's gonna go for that, I don't think so, Moff. They don't strike me as that kind of team most of the time.
It's always a Joker card that can be played, though. Unexpected if your team has a reputation for this aggressive playstyle. We will find out shortly.
I mean, W knows that they can come back from this, though. They've done it before. They haven't won in Tiebreaker, but they've come back at least.
I mean, if you want to look at it that way, let's take a look at the history, right? W, they go down 3-0 versus Invul, and then they bring it all the way back to Tiebreaker. And if you want to go even further back, look at W and OLS. They pretty much went down to... They had a reputation, developed a reputation of going down to match point before they actually started playing the game. I think you'd be optimistic to say that that's going to happen today, but anything's possible.
This is 10 times for both of these teams. Okay, make your prediction. Do you think Invul's going to prank the bus? You think so?
No. And I'm right. I think maybe. Yes.
You are right. But look at the W, though. 1 mouse, 1 to 60, triple I7, 2 EBRs, and the rest is Type 61s.
Yeah, Type...
71s.
Type 71s.
Close enough.
Is Type 61s the tier 9 medium, right? I think?
Yes.
Yes. There would be a pretty significant disadvantage if they accidentally brought those. That would be unfortunate. But W... Actually, W is starting on the defense, so we should have paid attention to that minor detail. Of course, Invul could camp on the attack, but I don't think that would really work. It would have to be some major levels of reverse psychology to pull that one off. But as it is, we've got Invul splitting across the map, a couple of Soviet heavies splitting off towards the forest side. Mentos again aggressive, and this time he gets slapped in the face. He gets severely punished for it. Now he's down to a one-shot Ketsai. He's going to try and look for that kill. He doesn't quite get the snap off. Unfortunately for Ketsai, he over-peaked for that shot, and he didn't bleed any HP for it. But W, they are going straight into them. They have got the whole team here in Invul. They have some guns out of the fight right now, but they're going to have some powerful positions to defend from.
W, it's make or break. Frugo, as per usual, the team captain, always leading the charge. Now the I7 starting to peak. Frugo down towards low HP already, down towards a one-shot. Invul wants to cover Ketsai. They want to do the damage here. They know that when these Type 71s are going to come really close, it's going to be really annoying for them as well to face against. But Itox now dropping low as well, down towards the one-shot as well. Frugo is gone. Gutter with the overpeak though has a similar fate. Splatty on just 2 HP will not survive either. But now these Type 71s are going to start able to put that hold on pressure in. But here comes the rest of the Invul team now reinforcing, cutting across, but it's IS-7s against Type 71s. Can these Type 71s use their hold on potential against these Soviet heavy tanks pushing back in? And so far it seems pretty decent for W. They claw back the HP difference a little bit. It's still 3,000 at this moment in time, but Invul starting to push them back across the ridge, back across the tanks from the 3-line baby down. Chucky, Marcel, Propose, holding them on the front lines, holding them into the crossfire. And W, have they backed off too far? Have they allowed these tanks from the side to do too much? I would say yes, they have, as now Invul brings back the tanks, bring back the positions. YOLO's going in even. They want to close out this game, and I don't think the surprise strategy here for W on the defense will bring them any results, as Invul come into this lower bracket with a vengeance to bring it back to the finals. They're going to clean sweep W at a 3-0 to put themselves into the grand finals of the Clan Showdown.
Lord Almighty, that is a statement from Invil right there. 3-0ing W, this team that came in with optimism after the renewed success in OLS, but it gets shut down. This is Invil's domain, 15v15. They are still the kings, at least for now, until that grand final. They will take down W once more. The Type 71s, it may be a powerful tank against those IS-7s, direct head-to-head, but the positions were just not there for W, and they had so much HP to overhaul. At one point, they were down about 8k. They clawed it back at one point in time, but in the end, it's always Invil.
Yeah, and Invil did a really good job there about bullying them back past that G1 line. Arguably, the Type 71s even should have gone in to fight only the tanks at H1, but they backed off. There was some hesitation. This hesitation pushes them back in the open for the rest of the Invil team, which I thank you very much for that. And they will absolutely put them down. Congratulations to Invil, 3-0. Prime opportunity here for Piotr and Monster to take that triple diamond. But Rix is ready and waiting, and they've shown that they are able to beat anybody.
Yeah, maybe Rix is the brand new final boss. Invil slap W once more and send them back to the garage. Onslaught is coming up, so at least they'll have something to look forward to there. But for the time being, Invil will be securing that grand final. Look at Orshek doing 6k in the mouse. Fantastic job. Fantastic shooting there as well, especially when they're just ignoring him the whole game. He's able to farm away freely. And all of these IS-7s just, you know, they were just hanging on and making sure that the team could come in clutch with the crossfires that they had set up.
Yeah, Frugo and Splatty, they're leading the charge. They lost again too much on this initial, to be honest.
It was too much to overhaul. I think initially when the push started, before they started clawing it back, they were like 7 or 8k HP down, which... To be honest, it was impressive they even managed to make that like a somewhat competitive round, but in the end, it was just too much HP to chew through, and they had no positions at all as well. They had Type 71s, they had 2 of them just stuck behind one building, which I have no idea how they ended up there, but it was a terrible position for them to be in.
Good stuff from Invil. I mean, at least they did a quick journey here and can... You're like, okay, well, we're warmed up now for Rix.
Yeah, and from Invil's point of view, this is perfect, right? You do not want to make this match against W. You do not want to make this last any longer than need be. Not just because of the burnout that comes when you play these long series, but also you don't want to leak your strats, right? You know, if you've got some pocket picks, that's the place to save them for is the grand final.
So, after all that has been said and all that had been done, we have arrived at the final point of this tournament, the grand final. Rix, an unlikely team to have reached it there, taking on the likely team to reach, Invil.
Yes, it's the newbies versus the veterans here. Invil, can they secure that 10th tournament win and finally get Piotr and Monster the Triple Fist Diamond badge, or will it be Rix to upset the party and be the rookies who, well, not really rookies because they played they played as Kylie before, so they were already an established team. But can they spoil the party for Invil?
I don't know, Moff, can they?
Well, apparently they've shown they can so far. They've shut down everyone. They shut down Aurora in this upper bracket match. They shut down Invil once before already, 4-2. They beat Motivacja. They beat W. They've beaten everyone. They just need to beat Invil one more time. But the grand final is where Invil do their best work.
Yeah. They usually come back swinging in the grand final. Which is, of course, also going to be a BO9, so a slightly different kind of ball game as well to see. If I had to ask you for a prediction right now, Moff, and I'll even fill it in for you, what would it be?
I No, you can't put me on the spot like this. I want to see the pick.
Can.
No. I want to see the pick
I
and bans.
never look
I
at
wanna
the
see,
pick and bans.
I want to see the pick and bans, but I will say, like, as a general prediction, without a score, I will say Invil. I think they might have learned their lesson from what happened before. Rix is a strong team. In a best-of-9 format, I think there is enough time for Invil to build their way into the game without, like, including these surprises.
And of course, guys, do not forget that the OLS is going to kick it back off. We're going to have a lot of tournament broadcasts. And, we are still taking a little bit of a breather next week. None of that. But then April 20th, mark it in your calendars, will OLS Season 3 kick off. We will see can W defend their mysterious title that they have gotten, or will powerhouses like Cashback, Hit and Run, Mafia have something to say about that?
Oh, I'm definitely looking forward to that, because I think it should be the best season yet, and with W upsetting the party last time by being the unlikely winners, hopefully that means the prize pot is going to go even higher for all the other teams, because the predictions, the viewers at home, who are you going to think? Who are you going to pick to win? I don't know, dude. Is it going to be Cashback, W, Hit and Run, Mafia, another unlikely team that's coming promoted into the OLS?
I mean, right now, Mo, we're looking at 36,000. The bundles are able to be purchased if you want to support the tournament and potentially get yourself a upgraded style and badge as well, which looks pretty good. And don't forget, guys, that today's drops the possibility for, I think it's a Scout Strength of Unity again, the brand new style, or an E75TS, or a Wheezy 120. I think there's something else behind that, right? For the full name, the TD, potentially, if you are lucky enough, just like Moff.
I think it's FT.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. But I'm more interested in the camo. I love me some camos, and that brand new camo, the one on the left with a sort of mangled metal, that looks really nice.
Cast in Unity. Oh well, close enough. Unity was at least the correct part about that. All right, guys, we're gonna take a short little break, send you the replays to show you how Invil wiped the floor with W. When we come back, however, we will watch who will be the champions. Will it be Rix? Will it be Invil? We'll find out after the replays.
want to win this, soldier? Let's go!
Time to smash some ants!
New target on the horizon! Every misdeed has a price. Are you prepared to pay for yours? A quick death, the only gift I give to the opposition. Keep your friends close. And your men closer.
Enemy disintegrated.
Humanity depends on our victory.
Well, hello there, and welcome back for the last match of the day. It is going to be Rix against Invil, and already we do know that after this weekend we are going to credit some new badges. The question though is it going to be Golden Fists for Rix, or is it going to be Triple Diamond Fists for Monster and Piotr?
Good question, Kihan. Good question. So to recap the tournament, pretty solid performances from both Rix and Invil. This time around, Invil beat W 3-0. There was no best of 7, so W couldn't win back 3 rounds. This is how it goes. But yeah, deserved final between these two.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we have the two best teams currently here in the grand finals. Obviously, that is sort of the nature of a double elimination bracket. And now both of those teams have met before in the upper bracket final. The score was 4-2, and to be honest, deservedly so. Rix was the better team in this match.
For sure. Now, however, it is finals time, and Invil has a lot of experience with these finals, and Rix, not quite, Giant.
No, Rix, they have a singular bronze fist. This means they've made it to the lower bracket finals once and lost there. No silver ones, no golden ones. This is the first time for them that they find themselves in the grand finals of a Clan Showdown tournament. That being said, some or a lot of the players actually on their team have been making appearances in things like OCS, for example. So they are not entirely new to the tournament scene, but I don't think anyone really was expecting such a deep tournament run from them, and at that, such a dominant run.
Oh, that for sure. This was very unexpected for them to do this well in this tournament. Invil, you can see it there, 9. They want to make this 10. However, recent times they've struggled more to win these kind of tournaments, but usually they lose one, they win one. They lost the last Gihan, so
yeah, normally they would be due for another W. You can see here they have been in 16 finals already if you add the golden and the silver ones together. This is their 17th, so currently the track record above 50%. Of winning in those grand finals, and that is also reflecting in the community prediction. 62% for Invil, 38% for Rix, but keep in mind this one was done before the tournament started because we basically take the submissions from the prediction game. So I think the names of the teams coming in there as well. I think Rix, profiting from their group stage when it comes to the prediction, just because they were so strong there. But now we do have the pick and ban, and Rix, obviously, coming through the upper bracket, do get first pick, first ban. So they are opting to play Fisherman's Blade. They definitely want to play that, and they knock out Prokhorovka out of the park. No choice for Invil to pick this one. Then Invil retaliate with a pick ban of themselves. Fisherman's is in, Highway is out.
really, yeah, we're playing Fisherman's Way twice hard. It's actually a cliff pick. It's a cliff.
It's a cliff.
It's
yeah,
a cliff
sorry.
pick. The map is correct. Just the name is not. No surprises there to see these maps come true. Actually, to be honest, whatsoever. Invil has been picking cliff, wants to pick cliff, and gets to pick cliff. Rix wants to play Fisherman's Bay, picks Fisherman's Bay, gets to play Fisherman's Bay. Highway removed by Infill, then San River into Himmelsdorf. Karelia Moravanka removed after, and it just comes to Shoki hand. They must really not mind Karelia that much if it's only banned this late in, you know? And then Moravanka into Tiebreaker of course, Live Oaks.
Yeah, and to be honest, very interesting to see the maps that are picked by Invil. Cliff into Himmelsdorf, I think those are all-time classics, and they also rely on immediate aggression, immediate into your face by either team. Whereas for Rix, they are trying to play a little bit of the longer game with Fisherman's and Sand River. Those are kind of more open maps, slower maps, more control maps. So it seems like Rick feels pretty confident when it comes to playing the control game against Invil, which is kind of crazy to say. And then Tiebreaker, if we get to it. Personally, I'm hoping for it, as the Cliff name does switch over. So here, take the screenshots if you want. Live Oaks, the Tiebreaker, and to be honest, like Invil on Live Oaks have been looking kind of strong. 2 times 2-0 against W on that one, no less.
Sure. Do we believe in Rix?
I have to check what I predicted. I do. I say 5-4 for Rix. Because like so far in this entire tournament, like I think they went through qualifier 1 and they went top of the group. So that means they haven't lost a single match in the tournament so far. Starting to do that now would be quite a heartbreak for this squad.
No, of course. But they also don't know what losing is anymore, Kiant.
Maybe Invil... Invil definitely wants to teach them a lesson in that, because, I mean, they had the best of 7 that they played in the upper bracket final, where Rix looked very much better, to be honest. But this is a different set of maps, so we'll have to wait and see how this one plays out. There is no Karelia in it, for example, on which realistically Invil threw at least 1 round, in my opinion. But yeah, this is a grand finals in a clan showdown where not all Invil Eagles are picked by the casters. Actually, it's in favor of Rix.
Yeah, well, gotta stick with the young guns, right? To put these old men to bed. Rix coming in with the EBI, the Hori, the Quad 279, the Double 260, and the 7 IS7s.
Yeah, and for Invil, we have W100, that is 8 IS7s, 260, Double 279, a CS63, and an EBR. So Invil playing a little bit slower here on the defensive side with the W100. Those are probably gonna get sent towards the middle to just anchor there, just like we saw W do it. And Rix, they're actually very defensively posturing here at the red line. They're probably hoping for some snipes on towards Monster, and immediately one of those, make that 2 shots connect. Monster immediately down towards the 1 shot.
Yeah, Monster down towards the 1 shot, but most importantly, he stays alive, Lucky Hand. That is what matters most in this kind of game. And Monster survives, and now, what is the reaction from Invil?
Well, so far they're sending tanks through the city, and because Rix had their tanks sniping from the base, they're going to be a bit delayed, but looking at the minimap, it actually feels like Rix have substantially more tanks that they'll be able to commit to that, as Tansov takes one by Cat's Eye, unable to retaliate, only takes off the track of the 260, but I think Invil now, as they get spotted in the city, they are smelling that something is afoul in the state of Fisherman's Bay, and in comes the repush by Rix, with a lot of those Soviet heavy tanks, as well as Piotr and Manera duke it out. Franek to reinforce Piotr here, so the team captain calling for aid as he pushes into the fray, and Invil not afraid.
Invil not afraid right now. They're re-establishing the 0-line pocket. You see where Franek and Piotr is, and I think now Rix realized that they can't really do too much against that. More tanks joining, even the EBR coming into effect. Now they're pushing from Rix from every angle out on towards Panzer Fury. Yeah, those 3 tanks may have gotten safe. The 0-line is going to be held by Invil for quite a while, but the real issue here for Rix currently is the middle of the map. A lot of pressure, a lot of aggression there from Invil. They now realize they might need to do something with these tanks. They can't really sit there against that 279s, against the Hori. Maybe they'll need to go towards the city. They seem to be doing that now, starting to pull across, starting to take those tanks, but Rix is starting to get those guns out of the game. Now Zero Line is the pressure point from both these sides. Can Rix hold on to the city? Now they'll need to repressure this Zero Line, which Piotr and Franek and Rexer are actually trying to lead the charge here. Paradise bounces the shot, fluffs it all together. Dopadipa trying to help as well. It's a bit left, right, and everywhere. There is a good shot from Manera to put down the first of those 3 tanks still left there. Piotr now probably gonna be falling as well. Now the Invil tanks are starting to repush this city area though. A 279 falling in the middle as well. And I think Invil, Kihan, has a quite significant lead, at least in the health department right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Invil doing good rotations, reinforcing the northern part of the city that they are going to win, and they still hold enough tanks in the middle with these 279s, with the IS-7 that are now going to hold like language in place, and that is 3 tanks that are going to focus the blue 279 now, who's going to fall shortly. Monster still on that one shot from the beginning of the game, starting to zip around, and Marcel secures the kill, and the guns for Rix just not there anymore.
No, Rix in battle number 1 on the map that they really wanted to play have big issues. I mean, those Zero Line trades initially weren't that very good, and then the mid, they lost a tank as well, and Invil hold the positions for long enough to get the support from the middle back in. And yeah, really good stuff there from Invil coming in. Rix, you know, this is the worry when you have been waiting for a while. Kihan takes a little bit of time to warm up, and they will warm up by losing their first battle.
And it's starting cold and getting surprised with a bucket of ice water are Rix, but obviously this is a best of 9. This is not a best of 5 anymore like we just saw. So they will have quite some time to, you know, shake their hands out a little bit, maybe shake their head at how they just played as well. And then they will have the second round on a defense. So whereas Invil, I mean, yeah, they were defending, but it didn't really look like it. They had a very, very aggressive approach. 2 HEs connecting into the EBR, and Marcel to pick it up, making it 1-0 for Invil.
Good stuff there from Invil. They come swinging, come playing in this grand finals. Pick up the first round, pick up the first notch. 4 more to go for them. But yeah, good stuff. Very, very good stuff, especially on the map they were constantly banning.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, either they were holding back a little bit, they were holding out on us with the tactics, or they didn't really train it, but maybe coming into this with a sort of a fresh mind, a fresh approach, and just going without all the subtleties that you maybe have to keep in mind when you train a map a lot. You just bring a fresh pair of eyes to it and just, you know, don't jump through all the hoops, just go straight for the aggression, and that is what worked for Invil. Tsek in that CS63, he was farming a hell of a lot in that city. He basically had free shots on all the heavy tanks from Rix that were trying to re-aggress onto the hold by, for example, Piotr. And yeah, coming in clutch. Damage spread overall, I think, in Invil, pretty good.
Across the board, it's just a good spread there. I mean, Monster does the least, but he was also low HP from the beginning of the game. So, when we take into consideration all of that, it was a really, really good game there from Invil, putting pressure across the map, able to hold it for long enough, reinforcing properly. Good stuff from them.
Yeah, indeed. Good stuff from Invil, so a good start for them. And that puts them at 4 back-to-back winning rounds here. Obviously, the 3 quick ones that we saw against W also taken into account, where Invil really looked like their former legendary self. Or there was a point in time where Invil as a 15v15 team seemed borderline unbeatable. And that is kind of the form that they will need today, because so far Rix have looked like the strongest team of the tournament, but no one is going to care about how a team has looked if they end up losing the finals.
True. This is indeed correct. That you know, you can win every match in the upper bracket. If you lose in the finals, that's all we'll remember not too long from now. We'll be like, oh, yeah, I remember that tournament Invil won it.
Yeah, exactly. That is the thing that, you know, few weeks, a few months, a few years even after a tournament, people will remember. And I mean, Monster and Piotr have the chance to make this one absolutely memorable for themselves. But they are still 4 wins away from this, and for Rix, it is only one more, only 5 for them to claim their first golden fists. As we do see once again the map video here for Fisherman's Bay. It is going, I don't know how manyth time it is we are going to see Fisherman's Bay, but that map has been very, very popular this weekend.
It has been. Teams really like playing Fisherman's Bay outside of Invil.
Yeah.
They don't want to play, but here they are playing it anyways, and they're up 1-0, so I think for them it's already job well done, no?
Yeah, I think for them, if they come in towards the first pick of the upper bracket team and they split map, that's already like a W in my book. But of course, now that they won 1 round, they want to get 2.
I mean, it would be interesting for Invil to pick up 2 rounds here against Rix on a Rix map pick. That's what we call destruction of confidence.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, but the funny thing with this always is that Invil historically has also been the team that was notorious, infamous almost, for, you know, first picking a map and then losing it 2-0. So, well, maybe this time they'll be the ones styling on the team coming through the upper bracket, as Rix want to get their first one on the board here in the grand finals, and they're going to do so with an EBR double Hori, an E5, that is 3 279s, 7 IS7s, and a can opener.
Invil, on the other hand, W100, triple E5, an SCRV, an EBR, 1279, and a few IS7s to round it off. And Rix, as per usual, they always love going 1-2 line in the beginning. At least that's what it looks like. Like, initially, they're mainly 1-2 orientated.
Yeah, although that tends to also make them a bit calculable. Oh, Marcel might be caught out here as he went into siege mode immediately, but instead he pulls the no-U onto Dopa Dipa. With a quick flick of the wrist is going to put a shot into the EBR and then fades into nothingness, as no one from Rix was ready for someone to pop up there.
Yeah, and Invil's just playing it slow and steady in the beginning, not intending on pushing anything whatsoever. Doing the slow approach, just feeling it out, watching for some initial aggression, and then seeing what happens. But no commitments in the beginning from either team.
Yeah, both teams kind of waiting it out, and if we're honest, that kind of helps Rix at the moment, because they're the team defending. That being said, though, only a minute of the game has passed so far, so still a lot of time left for Invil to figure out how to break this pretty passive defense that we're seeing right now from Rix.
I mean, they can, though. They work off of timings usually, you know. They go 1-2, they hold it, and they rotate across. Not entirely sure what their thought process is behind it, but they usually hit pretty good timings across the map.
Yeah. Let's see if this will be the same case right now, as it seems like Invil is forming up for some kind of timing here. Marcel getting rotated over. You can see a lot of blind shots coming through by the team of Rix, and that is obviously, yeah, like if you have nothing to do, why not attempt a few blind shots? Conrad now spotting Hellrap in return. No damage dealt by either side, though, as Conrad is going to make it to the windmill.
I mean, it's just slow and steady. Hellrap does get a little bit of info from the tanks shooting at him, but nothing significant. And we talked about time a lot on Fisherman's Bay. I don't think Invil's the kind of team to let it go too late, so we should be seeing them group up somewhere within the next 60 seconds for a potential play. Because if you leave it too late, then you can be running into real trouble.
Indeed, and we saw teams running into exactly this kind of trouble already earlier in the tournament, so I think Invil, they've probably watched all the games as well. I wouldn't put it past them like 2 or 3 times, so they exactly know that time is a ticking, and sooner rather than later they will have to do something, as Right now they look kind of indecisive. If I'm looking on towards the minimap, I don't really see the E100s rotate. There is now a rotation starting, I think, by Invil, and that is going to be in towards the city with the IS-7s. So the faster tanks are going to make a rotation over here. And this is going to mean YOLO avoiding a lot of the obstacles, trying to keep his speed as the jockey in the E5 does get spotted. So that is quite the curious pathing from him, but it doesn't hurt him too much as it was the EBR spotting him, and that one obviously doesn't want to stop to shoot here right now. DJ getting spotted out as well in the E100, tries to sell the fake that he is actually rotating away from the city.
If that is going to work, that's a whole different question altogether. Monster playing a bit more aggressive in his EBR, spots out Dopadipa, who immediately takes a shot for that as well. Now the Invil tanks will probably start pushing the city in Fate, knowing that the EBR is pressured back from that spotting point, and about the 6-minute marker is indeed where we see that initial play.
Yeah, the Invil tanks in the city are now starting to advance, and they are not really going to find that much realistically. Mindbreaker in that can opener is probably the first one that is going to fall a victim, as Evil in that E5 probably ready to run and jump in towards that B0. He's ready to make the plunge into the water to re-emerge later and just provide those crossfire, this crossfire that can be extremely annoying for the attackers to dig out. But now I think Invil are pulling the trigger. 5 minutes 20. That is a tiny little bit late.
Yeah, they're leaving it a bit late. I agree with you as well on this, but you know, is okay at the same time. They're pushing the city now, pushing straight. Mindbreaker gets spotted out. Most of the Invil tanks are spotted out as well, and Rix look to react by pushing out 1-2 line. No rotation back across. They're playing the time gamble, Kihan, which is going to be a hard one to pull off.
Yeah, let's see. Keep in mind as well that Invil do have Monster in that EBR, but he's on fire right now, and he will obviously be crucial to maybe try and cap, as also Invil trying to overpush the middle, and Mindbreaker obviously falls. That was always going to happen in that can opener. Godnet down towards 276. It will take one more shell to send him to the grave, and DJ does just that, as Manera probably the next one, but he's able to retaliate. Profuse down and out into the grave. He goes as well, and Invil now shifting tanks towards the southwestern area of the map, because they don't know right now, but they hope that there is not that many Rix tanks there yet.
Rix has done a good job at doing a lot of damage now though, Kihan. Did C5, was he ever spotted on zero line?
I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, those E5s crossing over there, if they take a lot of damage, that could be detrimental to Invil's efforts, because like the HP, they're very, very close. And Manera still not down and out, and Rix is going to enforce the southwest with even more IS-7s. Now, this means that their northern area, their cap, is going to be left rather undefended, but if needed, Dopadipa could, for example, come back with the EBR momentarily to make a spotting run. And this rotation here, obviously unspotted by the tanks of Rix. It's going to hit like a truck as soon as it arrives. And then Ketsai, Chucky, and Piotr in this E5 plus IS-7. I don't think they have the forces to hold this here. They have Marcel in support. They have Never and Rexa coming, but those are already taking shots on the approach.
Hellrap now getting pressured by Ketsai, though. Manera falls in the middle of the map. Hellrap can't really back off before he gets shot from the middle. Now Invil re-aggressing the southern part of the map. Piotr crossing over to that rock position. Hellrap still by himself on the front. YOLO Panther Fury now coming from behind as well. The pincer movement is coming in. Marcel crossing over as well. T6 still arriving. There's a lot of tanks here from Rix now also. They might want to take this push already from the frontal positions, but Cry is a little bit out far forward by himself. They're grouping up on Ketsai in return for Invil, trying to hold from that rock position. Loops on fire, and not in a good way either. Rexar is down towards a one-shot. Templeton can maybe get the kill, get the finish. He's getting tracked and held as well, and Invil has so many guns at the game right now. now. Flash is covering from behind. Piotr just sending in everything at the same time to try and make the difference here. Was that a little bit too much from him? That's a good question. And now you can see though, Invil up 3000 HP, up 3-4 guns as well. And there's gonna have to be a big retaliation here from Rix to do something. And it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to hold this 1-2 line either, Kihan.
At this point in time, it seems like Indil has taken command of the battle. 2 minutes remaining as Ketsa is going to overpeak to get the kill on towards Paradise. As he does, Indil in full assault mode here now on that one line. Only the Hori and the IS-7 of Movikers are trying to hold here, but you can see a lot of that HP from Indil is, for example, on DJ that is currently out in the open, Language falling in the Hori, and Flash getting pulled as well as Rix are trying to hold on, but with 1 minute and 35 remaining, I don't think Darky, they're going to be able to do it.
No, they need some magical resets. Dopadipa is in some random bush, but I think Franek is sniffing him out, will run over him as well. Proxy's out, Dopadipa, he's dead. So that's a good observation there from him. And Evil in that E5, even if he runs away, he will get capped out. So it's going to be Invil winning Fisherman's Bay 2-0.
Yeah, indeed, as Evil with the reset on towards Orzek, it's going to burn that E100 to the crisp, but already Franek and Tsek are on the prowl here. Franek does have the rep kit available, is going to bring his Amarak back to life. And now they're just going to double team on towards him. The rest of the Invil tanks flooding towards Evil as well, who is able to heal his driver, but probably for not much longer. Monster with the fluff shot, but Invil on the map pick of Rix are going to do a number on just those. It's going to be 2-0.
It is indeed going to be 2-0 for Invil on Rix's map pick. That Fisherman's Bay pick for Rix not working out whatsoever. Good start for Invil.
Indeed, a very, very good start for Invil. In fact, an absolutely perfect start, because if you come from the lower bracket, this first map is realistically the one that is meant to be the advantage for the team that went through the upper bracket. It is meant to, like, you know, compensate the team coming through the upper bracket for not being able to lose a match in the tournament. But time and time again, this supposed advantage has turned into a disadvantage, and today that story is definitely going to continue, as Invil once again, with a concerted team effort and a very even damage spread, are as a team just going to pull ahead of Rix here, and not slightly, but 2-0. That is actually pretty crazy, considering how good Rix have looked so far, and even 6,500 damage from Language, not enough to pull it through here for the team of Rix.
It's going to test Rix now and what kind of recovery they can do, because they have a tall mountain to climb at this moment. 2-0 down going into Cliff Kihand.
Yeah, and remember, Cliff is Invil's map pick. We saw a Cliff by Invil already today, and that one happened... yeah, I think that one got split. So Invil, they like Cliff, definitely, but they are not always the most secure on it. Or rather, like, their tactics are so aggressive and depend on so many factors that sometimes things go wrong and then they end up looking silly, but when it works, it's beautiful.
So, now Rix is looking at a 2-0 lead for Invil, and the pressure is building. They have, of course, a little bit of room still. It is a best of 9, but you don't want to let Invil start running away with it.
Yeah, no. The thing that Rix cannot let happen now is that Invil just, you know, gets easy round after round after round, and all of a sudden they're on on match point, and then you have to, you know, get back-to-back pressure rounds against Invil, and if even one of those fails, then, well, you lose. So I think it is, like, this round is now going to be a very important one when it comes to shaping the match for Invil, because, like, a 2-1 scoreline it is just one game away, essentially, from a 3-0 scoreline, but it's an entirely different story.
They did show that they can win on ends, though. Rix against Invil. They've shown this, so now they gotta show it twice.
Yeah. And ideally, that starts here and starts now, but, you know, Cliff is such a coin flip map sometimes that it's really hard to predict what is going to happen. We saw earlier today, I think, in the match between those two, some CSs just vanishing, and it wasn't a magic trick. It was just, you know, BZs firing their guns. Let's see if we get to see this again. As Rix are bringing the quadruple CS63, a double 50B, and 8 BZ75s together with 1 IS-7.
Invil in return, going back to the 11 BZs and 4 CS63s. They're not really changing anything, Keyhand, when it comes to that. They found their success and they want to stick with it.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about both lineups is that they're not really revealing anything as to what they're going to do, because both of those lineups can split any way they want and still be on time as towards where they're going to go. As the Rick split, 1 IS-7 to lower, rest towards middle, and for Invil it's going to be double BZ lower and the rest middle as well.
And now we see the split indeed. It's pretty evenly balanced. Triple CS taking the hill from both sides. How much damage will there be though? Katsai gets fuel tanked. The CS is from Rick's holding here for a second. Now they're going up. They are taking a little bit of damage, but not quite as much as last time though. Try taking a little bit more, drop towards 500, and it does look like yet again Invil has the advantage on the hill, Kihan.
Yeah, it should look like this, with Monster as well in the crossfire position from the donut with the CS63. The IS-7 of Rix currently not doing anything on the lower side, as Rix now see that they need to push in towards the middle. But that is a lot of BZ75s. That is a lot of meat. Language immediately picked up on the top of the hill. This means Rix is on a timer on the lower side. They need to win it before they lose the hill. Morbikus now plowing through with that BZ, trying to get one of those one-shots, doesn't do so right now, and Invil just with the better positioning and all the guns, but more than they could ever want, are going to take down round number 3.
It's all Ogre. The initial damage was just there for Invil. They win the top of the hill, and as a result of that, Rix is forced to push the middle. They never get it really rolling because it's an even fight where they're peeking in first, so it never works out for them. And Invil starting to run away with this match. Keyhand 3-2-0. It's looking dire for Rix, who don't seem to be just quite awake yet for this match.
Yeah, no, Rix earlier today in the upper bracket final against Invil looking like the stronger team between those two, but now Ducky, there is nothing like the feeling of playing a grand final, although you would obviously have more experience when it comes to that than me, but yeah, the nerves maybe coming a bit towards or in towards the Rix lineup here right now, maybe, because so far, yeah, they started cold and they haven't gotten the engine going.
No, and the engine needs to start going right now, or you know, lose the next round, it's, you know, like we would say, book it 2, which means books closed. GG, no re, 5-0. If they lose the next round, it's 5-0, and it's like, well.
Also, the shooting on the lineup, especially on those BZ75s, pretty good by Invil. Because obviously, you miss a shot in a CS, like, it's not great, but you miss a shot in a BZ, and it starts to become really painful because of the low DPM that you have, and like, I mean, the alpha for the kind of reload that the BZ has is really not the greatest. It's all about putting a meaty heavy tank with a lot of HP into the position, and then you clap someone with the alpha, but as soon as that's done, you're kind of sitting there. So doing those shots is super important. You can see here the BZ75s by Rix, like, doing a good job of penning their shots, but just because they were dropping so fast, they did less of those. So yeah, Invil once again, concerted team effort, pulling through 3-0. Rix really need to make something happen in the coming round, or it's looking extremely unlikely for them to make a comeback. I mean, from 0-4 to come to 5-4, we've seen it quite a lot in some, you know, OLF finals recently. There was quite a lot of that, but it is just in general unlikely.
I mean, getting 3 rounds on the board in a row is already going to be hard enough for Rix to begin with.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, we have had a match as well in this Clan Showdown where Invil was up 3-0, and 3 rounds later it was 3-3. And those first 3 rounds in that match that I'm speaking about, that was against W, I believe. Like, Invil looked very commanding in the first 3, and then it looked like, I don't know, the monitors got turned off or something like that, and then W looked like the dominating team. But for Rix to make that happen, I mean, winning the first round in something like this is always the most difficult one, because the more rounds you give to the opposing team, like this especially, it makes them feel invincible. And all of a sudden, you get more confident, you start hitting shots that you otherwise wouldn't take, and then, it just feels good to play right now for the Invil guys, and it certainly doesn't for the Rix team.
Can they do it? It's a big question. Will Invil run away with it? Rix coming in with double 50B, double CS, an IS-7, and the rest BZs.
Yeah, and for Invil, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They really seem to know that term and take it to heart. It's the same setup that we had last round, but to be honest, yeah, Invil kind of mirrored map, so you can bring the same setup from either side. And once again, just because it's the same setup doesn't mean they're going to do the same thing. That is the beauty of the quadruple CS and 11 BZ75. You can just split entirely differently. Also react to the opposing lineups. And talking about splits, both teams sending a lot less tanks towards the upper side. Quadruple BZ by Invil towards lower. Still, that is 11 tanks up, including 4 CSs. Monster contemplating to drive around. And only Cry PayPal in that CS63 is currently getting sent towards the hill. How much damage are the CSs by Invil going to take for this? Currently, no one really in the position to capitalize on this. Cat's Eye dropped to half, but to be honest, that is pretty cheap.
Yeah, that was relatively cheap. They now have the triple CS on the hill, and they already building some HP lead here. Look at God, man, down towards 306 HP. That's from 1-2 line from Invil. They're having 4 BCs there for Invil in those positions, but the hill is under control for them as well. And now Rix is in a bit of trouble because there's a CS63 coming around the hill already as well. Evil gets tracked. I think that's the second track. Now they're peeking in between the rocks. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt a lot. Evil getting tracked again. Seems like the 13th time in this match. Evil will bite the dust as YOLO will put him down. Tanto is now trying to take the hill as well, but he's not having a much better story than the BZs that came before him. I don't even know if he will make it up. He will not. He gets shut down as well. And now 4,000 lead for Invil, gun lead as well. And now they're repushing 1-2 line with those squad BZs while also crossing back over from the middle. And where's Rix? They seem unaware of this potential move coming out right now. The B's not in position, the rest of the team not in position either. Invil crunching the 1-2 line, the Rix tank screaming for help, but there is nobody home as the swarm of red comes across and kills everything in their way as Templeton is the last one standing. Even he cannot do anything against what is currently the might of Invil, who seem to have all the right guns in all the right places. They have to watch out though to close it out cleanly, but it's looking rather dire for Rix yet again for the 4th time in a row.
Absolutely, the Polish Hussars with an advance, with a charge over to the donut, completely catching Rix off guard. And yeah, there are even some stragglers remaining by Rix in the middle of the map. Those are going to get cleaned up, and from there on out, it is going to be easy pickings for Invil. Yes, the HP are still close, but the guns, an advantage for Invil, almost unbeatable. And what's even worse for Rix are the positions here. There is absolutely no comeback possible in this round number 4. Invil are looking for a clean sweep in the grand final. They're gonna go to match point after only 4 rounds.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. That for Rix, 4 rounds I'm going to be negative Andy here, Kihan, and say that their days are numbered.
To be honest, I wouldn't call you negative Andy for saying something like this. I would rather say you are realistic Brian, maybe. Because, yeah, if Riggs keeps playing like this, and Invil keeps playing like this, this is going to be one of the shortest finals that we probably have ever had on the stream here. Like, the day started, I mean, not slow, but like we had a 4-2 and a 3-2 in the lower bracket. That, like, the best of 5 in between Motivatia and W. It felt like I don't know, best of 7 even, just because the games was so close and it went to tiebreaker. But right now here, it feels like we haven't even sat down properly, and it's already match point.
Yeah, it's just rough. They never get the ball rolling, and Invil's just superior at this point. And for them, it's like, you know, cruising. Monster and Piotr are cruising to their triple diamond badge. Consolation prize for not winning OLS, I guess.
Yeah, indeed. And here we see the damage spread, and once again, the name of the game for Invil is concerted team effort. The damage spread, absolutely beautiful. Obviously, some tanks are gonna have more than others, but every single tank was contributing, and you could really see, for example, when the Riggs tanks started making their approach up on towards the hill, then immediately that is one of those clutch situations where the call needs to be made to peek with all the BZs and give the damage. Obviously, the track shots are a little bit lucky as well there too, but I think even with the damage only and not the tracking, Invil takes this game. So, yeah, all in all, right now, Invil running a train here over the team of Riggs.
Running over them altogether. We're going to have to be careful that we don't publish the VOD after this because, well, it's not looking good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
If there's any children watching, please close your eyes.
Parental advisory or something is needed here. But yeah, that was Fisherman's Bay and Cliff, both going the way of the Polish Eagle here. It's a 2-0. Now, however, we are going to another map that we've seen in between both of those teams today already. It's going to be Sand River. And if memory serves correctly, it was split, but especially the second round, the round that Riggs won the finals with, that one looked very strong by Riggs. Sorry, the upper bracket finals, not the finals.
Sand River, Himmelsdorf, 4 rounds in a row. I don't believe in it, Kihan, but a great team would be able to come back from this, right?
Yeah, and we have seen remontadas before. I remember, was it the team of Aurora? Or was it Hive that were 4-0 against Fame? And then apparently Fame just, stopped using prepared tactics, and they just like, all right.
It was not 4-0, I think it was 3-0. It was
3-0, and they were like, all right, we'll...
and then, yeah, we just kind of drove at them.
Yeah, exactly. So you dropped all prepared tactics, you were like, all right, frick it with
and then we drove at Invil as well and also beat them. Good times.
I mean, that can obviously happen, but I think what that underlines is that sometimes when you're faced with a match point and nothing has been working, and realistically nothing has been working for Riggs here, you need to change something, everything. You need to just, stop doing what you've been doing so far, completely mental reset, and then start doing something else, which is winning rounds, because otherwise it's going to be over.
I mean, Kian, don't worry. The pain is soon ending, right? It's all gonna be over soon. You don't have to worry. I think it's just Invil showing a lot more experience in these finals, more prepared, and Rick's maybe a bit recycling from what they've played before, running into some real problems. And I mean, 4 rounds in a row, it's gonna be really, really, really hard.
Well, let's see. Rix are going to try and fend off the first match point of Invil, and they're going to do so on Sand River with an STRV, a Hurricane, triple Type 71, triple MVY, and 7 IS-7s.
Invil in return, double Mivi, 1 EBR, the double K91, triple Type 71, 1279, and the rest being IS-7s.
So, let's see how the teams are going to deploy. As we do see both of them with kind of a North commitment, and that is a very decisive North commitment coming out from Rick, sending a lot of those IS-7s, Type 71s, MVYs here. A hit squad of triple IS-7 is going to get parked in the base, and Dupa Dupa in that Hurricane that does get selected over the EBR on Sand River quite a bit with an overpeak here, but takes 2 shots by Invil. However, he does get information as well.
Very, very north-oriented here from Rix initially. There is some tanks here from Invil to face the music. They will spot out Manera already going, Evil as well. The rest not too far behind either. And initially, they will take over the north, but Invil is leaving a pretty significant force there. They're not going to get surprised this time around.
Yeah, no. They do also get the spot by Piotr on towards at least 2 heavy tanks driving towards the north, probably suspecting that there are going to be more, and Piotr now is going to chuck himself into that cubby position. That is very, very annoying to push, actually. That is a lot of information that Piotr is going to generate. We see him often going to those positions where, realistically, he is going to sacrifice himself, but for the better of the team, as Konrad and Tisek see a lot of those tanks approaching together with Chucky. That is 3 IS-7s, and they're contemplating a hold right now, but as more and more Rix tanks get spotted, they know it's time to retreat.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Invil tanks covering this if there was to be a push-off. They've cleared the entire 1-2 line, and look at the little F9, Foxtrot 9 gathering of tanks from Invil. They are going to be sitting there and going to get ready for a potential push-off, which is not looking to happen right now, at least.
Yeah, no. Although we can clearly see what Rix is trying to achieve now. They have kind of taken North control, and they can give up a lot of this control as time goes on, because Sand River is one of those maps where the defending team can also opt to play for time. That is a very neat setup by the 3 IS-7s here that are probably waiting to surprise anyone that's coming through the south, although I'm not really sure how much support could be coming in from other tanks. So if Invil were to completely overrun the west right now, which realistically they could, then Rix would be wide open, but we can see that Invil is not attempting this. Instead, DJ is now going to get sent towards the mid-June, so Invil is playing this one slow and methodical.
Yeah, and you can see them starting to rotate off of 0 line as well, pulling back Tisek, pulling back Chucky unspotted. They are going to start grouping for the 1-2 line push, and Rix will need to hold on. It will not be easy though.
Chucky and that IS-7 getting spotted on the rotation now, but seems to be too far away from anyone of Rix to punish. Never mind that, Loop is going to loop one into the back of Chucky. That is going to make it out. Tisek now getting spotted as well. Good shot by Hellrup. Loop this time is missing this one on towards the butt of Tisek. But now Monster has made his way in towards F1, and he does actually spot out the little surprise that Rix have prepared. Tons of there with the IS-7 peeking out, trying to understand where he's actually getting spotted from, and that is just damage for free. I don't understand entirely what Rix is trying to achieve.
I don't know, Kian, you explain it to me. Try to.
I don't know. I am genuinely at a loss right now, even though Rix is now starting to rotate back, starting to respect the fact that, Invil might be coming through the south here now, which is actually the case. They are starting to rotate more and more tanks. I mean, the triple IS-7, they seem to be waiting for something in the middle to get spotted, which is maybe down towards the fact that in C4, there's a tank, and he's supposed to spot the middle as soon as maybe Vranik goes there and fires, but that is a very off chance.
I mean, they are unspotted though, Kiant. Again.
I mean, yeah, I think like Excellence and Templeton, they weren't spotted at... Never mind. Now they are completely spotted.
Look where
Monster
Monster
is going to make it into the bush. Ah, they probably suspect that like Monster is in the bushes in front of him, and now they're trying to blind shoot those, but Ketsai should have some good farm if he moves a bit closer here.
Yeah, but look how close Monster actually is.
Yeah, that is perfectly played by Monster, like actually, and the IS-7s cannot move away anymore. So this IS-7 trap is just going to get, like, they were trying to dig a hole here for Indel, and they completely fell into it. Yeah, they are going to hit it. Ooh, Monster, he might get spotted from the other side as well. I think they completely understand where Monster is spotting them from. They just have to hit him at some point. And so far, there are not that many tanks by Indel that can actually profit. Like, HP are dead even.
Yeah, but Intel's just waiting for the push though.
Oh, Profuse pushing up with that 279 now is going to start taking some damage. Obviously has to unangle his armor, takes 1300 to the face as he drives in. And now Invil, the jig is up for them. They have decided we are going all in on this push, baby. We're going all in for the clean sweep.
Tansov making the shield immediately. T-Sec dropped pretty low. Rexstar coming in as well. They know that they need to kill their shield to have an opportunity to cap. Profuse moving in as well with the 279 to make sure that it dies. It's this or nothing for Invil. Marcel tracked on the top. These Type 71 starting to hurt, starting to put in the pain. Only now does the SCRV make it back though. Can they kill the IS-7s for the side of Invil? If they can, they will have the cap. If they have the cap, they have everything. They take out one, they take down the second as well. And now the SCRV will start becoming annoying for the side of Invil as he starts putting in the farm. The North IS-7s for Invil getting cleared up altogether. So Rix has an opportunity here, Kihan, and mainly, of course, that STRV is going to be the big one. They still need to reset, however.
They still need those resets, and so far they're coming in. Cap is at 18 seconds, but now I think one of the tanks by Invil is going to make a shield on the cap, possibly never, because that Type 71 is slightly higher than the IS-7s. Now the tanks of Rix are also starting to clear out the pocket where previously their IS-7s were, and the cap attempt by Rix is actually going to get thwarted. 12 seconds remaining. Cry, he's starting to drive towards Ketsai that has been farming them from the back. This leaves all the pressure on Manera to provide those resets. Is he going to be able to? Panzfury completely booking it towards him. The SGRB from the back lines. Is he going to get another reset? It doesn't seem like it. Base capture does go through, and Invil secure their 10th Clan Showdown victory.
I mean, some of them secured that Clan Showdown victory. Yeah, Invil taking it here, man. Capped out, they would lose the game after, but they would have a lot more match points to play with. Rix was close there to beating it, and you know, congratulations to the 13 Invil members carrying Piotr and Monster to their triple diamond. Really, guys, team effort is what they call that, Keyhand, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Monster and Piotr, they've been playing for years. I think Piotr even in the WGL, and after all this time, some would say, maybe, you know, Severus Snape would say, always he has been there. And finally, he rewards himself with this treasure. First of all, let's take a look at the battle results, because obviously some shots have been traded. And to be honest, actually, like 404 Flash does get a lot of damage dealt in that SGRV. He has been an absolute standout player for Rix throughout the tournament, but when it mattered most, the team as an entirety completely disappointing all expectations in the finals here. Invil completely wipe the floor with the team of Rix, and the only match loss that Rix is going to take in this tournament is the most important one they could have done.
For sure. But yeah, good job there again to Invil. They do secure it, and that last one was just the highlight of it. They put down a pretty convincing result in the grand finals, Kian. I can't recall the last time anybody beats anybody 5-0 in the grand finals.
Yeah, I guess someone on Liquipedia would probably need to dig quite deeply for that one. But once again, congratulations to Invil, and congratulations mostly towards two people in their team, Monster and Piotr. They are going to take home the triple diamond fists. The world's first. There is no one on any server that currently has the badge except those two.
Very cool. Make sure to equip it in randoms as well, so the enemy artillery has a highlight to shoot at, yeah?
I mean, yeah. I mean, what a tournament! What a tournament! Certainly a highlight for me, like as well, the best of 5 between W and Motivacja. That was an absolute banger of a match. The upper bracket final as well. The lower bracket final and the grand finals, I mean, sometimes it is what it is, and it is a clean sweep for both of them. This means that Invil, absolutely unstoppable in both of those matches, with a clean 8-0 scoreline, are going to do it once again.
Yeah, just a quick afternoon, huh? It's running through W, running through Rix, and now back to farming randoms.
Back to farming randoms, and also soon back towards more tournament streams, because as you can see here, once again, we have the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3 up and coming. That one is going to kick off on the 20th of April. So in just about 14 days, 2 weeks. That is not a lot of time. But yeah, obviously it's going to be played on the next patch with a slightly different Onslaught abilities. There is going to be, reworks to TDs as well. So we're going to have to wait and see how exactly the meta is going to shape that. And then final mention, we do know people love drops. And obviously today with the mystery drops, with the new cast in Unity 2D style, that is specifically made for 15v15 tournaments. I think there is something pretty cool to get. The 2 premium tanks that are possible as well in the in the mystery drops. Those are not too shabby either. WZTD, E75TS, both of them very, very good. And obviously, if you've been joining the stream maybe a little bit late, then you will, of course, have the chance to keep claiming those, because we are going to be rating yours truly, a Daki, after the stream, where you can, maybe discuss a little bit how this tournament went with him. Daki, and also Moff, thank you very much for casting with me. It was an absolute pleasure. Phil, greetings in towards the vacation as well. And also my man Cho, that I know is watching on his birthday. Happy birthday, Cho. And thank you to everyone else that is working behind the camera. I mean, observers, gameplay directors, admins, and just, the people actually doing the technical work. That being said and done, thank you very much from my side. Ducky, last words go to you.
Yeah, what a phenomenal tournament. The highs and lows, new champions arise. Will this continue into the OLS, a new Invil era? We will find out very soon. In 2 weeks, we will hope to see you guys all for that. It's going to be an absolute banger. Hope to see you then and there. But enough for today. Thank you guys for watching. See you guys soon, and see you on the OLS.
Target on the horizon! Every misdeed has a price. Are you prepared to pay for yours? A quick death, the only gift I give to the opposition. Bring your men closer.
Enemy disintegrated.